We'll do a sound check here. Too loud. Do I have a volunteer for a temporary clerk? Anybody? Please. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Transportation as we start the second half. Before we do get started, if we could all rise for the pledge, please. All right, thank you for that. And for those of you that haven't been in a single room before, this is what we all used to do back in the day. So we were one of the lucky ones to go back to a half room. For now, I guess we'll start our first public hearing. I will open up the public hearing on House 031 relative to motor vehicle certificate of title exemptions. Representative, you still introducing? Would you say Representative Reed? Okay. Yep. Yeah, the prime sponsor did email me, said he couldn't make it. He was double booked. So thank you for introducing it.
All right. Good morning, Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Representative Santa Nastasso, representing the towns of Ringe, Jaffrey, and Dublin. So I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1032. This bill proposes a change in the current title exemption period, shifting from the static cutoff for vehicles older than the year 2000 to a dynamic one that encompasses vehicles 10 years or older. So cars today extremely reliable, last decades, and people often lose the titles for their vehicles for various reasons. Some are unaware of the procedures to obtain a duplicate title, while others are deterred by the complexity and potential costs involved. The market is rife with vehicles listed as no title, which significantly diminishes their value and marketability. These vehicles are often sold for fractions of their potential value, except for those of model year 1999 or older, which benefit from the title exemption. This discrepancy creates an unfair market situation where individuals are hesitant to engage with the system and secure titles for their newly purchased vehicles. They recognize the difficulty and often opt to invest in a more comparable vehicle that either possesses a title or is older than the year 2000. And considering the necessity of titles for older vehicles, particularly in cases of fraud or theft, it's important to acknowledge that the state's existing mechanism for tracking vehicle ownership for vehicles that are 20 years or older, the state already possesses a historical record of ownership through previous registrations. These records include crucial information about the vehicle's past owners, their addresses, and other pertinent details. So in instances of suspected fraud or theft, authorities can readily access these records to ascertain the vehicle's ownership history and investigate any discrepancies. This system of retaining and accessing past registration data provides a robust safety net, diminishing the need for titles as a protective measure against fraud or theft for these older, lower value vehicles. Consequently, the exemption from requiring a title as proposed in House Bill 1031 is a sensible adjustment that acknowledges the state's current capabilities to track and verify vehicle ownership through means other than the title system. The most useful function of the title is, I believe, is to collateralize debt for an auto loan. So 10 years is more than enough time for a lien holder to get paid for the car. Typically, a long auto loan is 6 years, and a 10-year-old car basically is useless collateral. So, and if someone does sell a car that has a lien on it and conceals that fact to the buyer, the seller's committing fraud, and it'd just be easy for the bank to show that since they still hold the title. And in the case of these older cars, the stakes are pretty low, just compared to something like a 2-year-old car, where requiring a title for registration provides value. By extending the exemption to titles to a rolling year, we increase the wealth of New Hampshire by allowing cars that would otherwise be worthless to be registered. We also make cars cheaper to the public by increasing the supply of cars and give New Hampshire citizens the ability to purchase cars with missing paperwork. It's like Massachusetts that have no title exemption at all and just register them here, just like people do today for cars older than 2000. All right. So cars that are pre-99 without titles are easier to register and transfer than cars newer than 99 that have missing paperwork. And so I think there's something happening here where some newer cars, like the 2000s, started coming out with better safety features like airbags, more advanced airbags, and traction control, better ABS. But I think a knowledgeable buyer making the choice between a 1999 minivan and a comparable 2004 minivan would actually purchase the older one, even though it has less safety features and is a bigger polluter, because without the paperwork for the 2024, it's worthless to them. They can't register it. And just a comparison, just how titles, I just don't think are really that necessary. If you buy a $5 million jet today, you send 2 pieces of paperwork to the FAA, a bill of sale and an aircraft registration application. The FAA doesn't do anything with titles. And the aircraft registration application, as soon as you mail it, the copy of it is a registration. So, the whole thing's a 5-minute process, and it's easier than registering a 2002, Kawasaki motorcycle that just doesn't have paperwork with it. So I actually have a personal story with this issue. I had a 2001 PT Cruiser. The engine blew in it, and I met someone who was doing a rebuild on the same exact car, and he wanted the parts. So I sold him the car. Neither one of us even thought about the title, whatever. Just he towed the car, and it was in his driveway, and he ripped it apart and did his thing. But then a few months later, he wanted to junk it, and he didn't have a title, and so he called me, and I couldn't find it. So the car was last registered in Montana, so the process took months, and the guy was in a literal panic. He was calling my work and everything, because as far as he could tell, he was going to have this car in his driveway forever if he couldn't get me to cooperate and get him a duplicate title. And I think a lot of people have a story like this. So people I talk to that, some people, they just get a new car every few years. They never even see the title. They sell it back to the dealer, and then the collateral company always has the title, so they don't know about this. But a lot of people that deal with older cars, they really want a rolling date. If you talk to them about this, eventually someone's going to bring up Vermont, and they're going to say, what you got to do is have a friend in Vermont, sell him the car, he can register in Vermont, then he sells it back to you, and now he was able to secure a title in Vermont, so now you can register in New Hampshire. So I don't actually have any friends in Vermont, but I don't think we should be involving another state, just to register older cars. So our proposal to transition to a rolling exemption date is a transformative measure that will instantly enhance the value of numerous titleless cars, making them more marketable. It will prevent these vehicles from becoming abandoned relics, rusting away in backyards across New Hampshire. It will add supply to the market to lower the price of used cars for low-income people at a time where costs are increasing. And there's no reason to have all this capital rendered useless because of missing titles. All right, so ready to take any questions from the committee?
Thank you, sir. Representative Jones, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to ask for clarity. Are we speaking to 1031 or 1032?
He did say 1032, but he's referring to the 10.
20 years.
He made a mistake in the introduction of it, but we are in 1031, and that deals with 10 years, not 20. 1032 talks
Okay,
about
because he
20
also
years.
did say 20 years, so I was confused with that.
Apologies. So I
But you
prepared.
are speaking to 1031.
I am speaking 1031. I
Okay.
prepared to speak for 1032. Me and Tom Mannion, we both filed these bills completely independent of each other, and we found out that we had the same bill, except for the amount of years after it was already filed. So essentially 1031, 1032 is exactly the same thing, except 1032 is a rolling date going 20 years back for title exemption periods, and 1031, which we're discussing right now, is 10 years.
And the beauty of it is, wait till you see how short his speech is on 1032. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Representative Reed in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed and I represent Rockingham 10. I am a co-sponsor on both of these bills for the same reason that they both got put in independently. I cannot speak to the automobile impact of either of these bills. I'm here only to speak to my expertise in the motorcycle community. I have been a motorcycle enthusiast since 2007. I've ridden in, I don't know, like something like a dozen states, probably put in like 100,000 miles. I'm actually planning a trip to Tennessee and going down to Mexico this summer. So from the motorcycle enthusiast perspective, when the original statute, which had the rolling period of 20 years, was changed to a static 2000 and newer, or 2000 and older, it really impacted our ability to buy and sell motorcycles. And the reason is because motorcycles are kind of a weird in-between category of vehicle. On the one hand, they are transportation vehicles like an automobile. We use them to commute to work, go to the store, and what have you. On the other hand, they are seasonal and are also recreational. People think they want to get into motorcycling, they buy something, and then all of a sudden, you know, they have like a near miss or a spill, and they're like, maybe this isn't for me. So there's a lot more turnover. There's a lot more storing of the vehicle where it may not be in good repair for a number of years, and then someone wants to buy it. Titles aren't necessarily being kept and maintained the way they are with automobiles, because automobiles are a constant presence. People with motorcycles almost always also have an automobile, especially up here in the winter climes. So because of that, changing it to, when it changed to a static period, a lot of motorcycles suddenly that were in perfectly good repair became unsellable and really unbuyable for all intents and purposes, because what is the point of spending even close to fair market value on that vehicle in perfect repair if you can't register it? So unlike the car community, if you go out and buy a used car right now, you almost never run into a car that, well, I don't have the title on it, you know. You run into that very frequently in New Hampshire. And as the previous speaker said, it is a common practice for motorcyclists to have to, they see a deal, they want it. If they happen to know somebody in Vermont who will work with them, they will buy the vehicle, the motorcycle, and then somehow go through the process of getting the title in Vermont and then register it back here. So rather than have that happen, and I'm sure that the prime sponsors would not be favorable to me saying this, at a very bare minimum for my purposes, I would like to see at least a rolling period, and I'm agnostic as to whether that's 10 or 20 years, but the previous statute said 20 years, but at least have an exemption so that there is a rolling period for motorcycles in particular. And with that, I'm happy to open to questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have a funny feeling that the Department of Safety is going to get hammered, but thank you again.
And I may not be able to come in, but whatever I just said, for the next one as well.
Thank you. Next, I'll recognize Carl Huddleston from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, who is not taking a position on the bill, or at least didn't write it down.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to give just some background information. A title identifies both the vehicle and the owner. And unfortunately, with today's market and with the amount of fraudulent documents that are floating around, not only here in New Hampshire, but nationwide, we do run into a number of fraudulent titles. And it is troublesome, and it is time consuming in some instances for somebody to sell the vehicle or register it because of those issues. Now, having said that, title is printed on a secure piece of paper. It's numbered. There are a lot of security features with it that, again, identify both the vehicle and the owner. And a vehicle that is not titled is not readily accessible, or the information about the owner is not readily accessible on a nationwide basis. Yes, we can always run a registration. Unfortunately, the registrant may not be the owner of the vehicle. We run into that with commercial vehicles. So they're not tracked nationally, and a bill of sale is not a secure document. A lot of people make it on their home computer or handwrite one out. So it's really not a secure instrument to transfer ownership. The other part of this is that, as you well know, there are vehicles that get totaled that then get bought back by either the owner or somebody else. They have to go through a salvage title process, which allows somebody to rebuild the vehicle and then to retitle it. That certainly would not be possible if this was to go through. And again, we're looking at the fraud side of this more than the convenience side for anybody else. That's our main concern. So, thank you. I would take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jennifer O'Leary from the Department of Motor Vehicles, also not taking a position on the bill.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity along with the members of the committee. My name is Jennifer O'Leary and I'm the Bureau Administrator for the Bureau of Title and Anti-Theft with the Division of Motor Vehicles here in Concord. We're not taking a position on this, but I did want to, along with Trooper Huddleston, wanted to provide some information for you today. If these changes were to go through, there would be systematic changes required, which would come with a price tag of close to $24,000. That's just estimated. In addition to that, we are looking at a loss in revenue. So for vehicles that are requiring a title of 10 years or newer, based on 2023 statistics, we processed 113,188 titles for vehicles that were 2014 or older, under our current RSA requiring a 2000 or newer to be titled. And that was an estimated $2,829,000 in revenue that the state took in. The impacts that comes with aren't just a DMV, that would also be our highway funds. And there's a trickle down effect that comes along with that then rolls down to the locals. So again, not coming from a convenience standpoint for the customer, understanding some of the challenges that they're facing out there currently, but this is coming from the informational basis from the Division of Motor Vehicles. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. And I don't know how long you've been working with the department. Maybe you can refresh my memory. Aside from the fraud issue, which I know the Department of Safety is concerned with, do you remember, and I'll throw the question out in case you don't, the justification from going from from rolling to static? What did we do this 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago?
It was 2015. It took effect, the new rule to go from 20 years old to 2000 or newer. It's 2015. I don't know the legislative standpoints behind it. I wasn't involved in that. At that point, I only worked for the registration portion of things.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you tell me, since you're talking about lost revenue and stuff, all right, what happens when we change this to 15 years and split the difference? Do you have those numbers?
I don't have those numbers. I have them based on the 10 and the 20.
Could you get those numbers for us?
I could.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Representative St. Clair.
Can you tell me, because I've never had to do this, if I lose my title and I want you to replace it, what is the cost of that?
Sure, that's a very easy question. It's a duplicate title application. It's a simple single form that you can do either through the mail, drop off, or in person at any of our DMV locations, and it's $25. And all you have to present is your driver's license if you're in person, or just complete the form and sign it if it's going to be through the mail. It's a very simple process.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So that loss you're talking about is the loss of the $25 fee?
$25 fee per title required for vehicles that are issued new. When I pulled these statistics, these did not include duplicate title applications or any corrections or reprints that we do. This is just based on new applications received if you were to purchase a vehicle of that age and title it as for the first time in your name.
I just want to say something if I can. All right, my question is, I guess it would be easier for you guys just to increase the fees somewhere to make up for that lost revenue than to make everybody go through this dance to get titles replaced and do all this other stuff people are talking about with other states. So I guess that would be easier for you to do that. Can you follow? Would that be easier? Thank you.
There's a borderline question.
Thank you.
But it was a nice try, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Noted. Thank you.
I do have one while I'm thinking about it. Is it 2000, or is there a year of a motor vehicle that you cannot, or the state will not issue a title for, whether it's
Correct.
law?
Yes, that falls under our exempt title law. And I printed that out just in case you guys needed to reference that. So it is RSA 261.3, and we actually have a list of vehicles that we will not produce a title for, that we will actually deny the title application transaction for. So it's trailers that are 3,000 pounds or less, regardless of year. And then it is motor vehicles that are 1999 or older that are not being registered or titled as an antique, because the antique kind of falls into its own category. And then there's a plethora of other ones. We have special mobile equipment such as cranes, diggers, implements of husbandry, things like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a statement, but I'm not going to say it. We'll talk about it later. Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the question kind of on the revenue source, is there a way would there be a vehicle off the top of your head that we could like transfer that revenue that we lose from doing that to? Like, I mean, there'd have to be some kind of process they would have to go through, right, for vehicles that aren't within this category. Does that make sense?
No,
No.
if you maybe
So-
try that.
Yeah. So what if a vehicle is, if somebody comes in to, yeah,
That's okay.
let me
We can come
let
back
me
to
think
that
about it
one.
a little bit.
All right, not a problem.
Did you have one?
Yeah.
Representative C.
Thank you. The question I have, is there any particular category of vehicle or type of vehicle, such as types of emission controls or something that caused the borderline to be set at 2,000? Can you think of anything like that?
So I'm not aware of what the legislative intent was when vehicles were changed from a rolling time period to 2000. Again, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that point.
Any other questions? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want it's very possible that a 10-year-old vehicle, the title could still be held by the bank because of non-payments or any other reason, maybe a late loan or something like that. So would this open the door to fraud of people using this exempt and not addressing their financial responsibility?
That's a very good question. So as Sergeant Huddleston spoke to earlier, vehicles that require titles are more secure. We're able to track ownership nationally. So if we were to go to this law and I had a vehicle that was 11 years old, still had a loan on it, which is possible. We see this all the time. If I didn't satisfy that loan, I could technically turn around and sell that to you on just a bill of sale without satisfying that loan. And now the bank is out. I'm in violation of my contract, and you've purchased a vehicle that you didn't know was an invalid transaction. And then you could turn around and sell it, so on and so forth. And that's still considered collateral for those loans.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What other states, or do you know any other states that require or have their cutoff for titles or in that aspect of things? Do they do 10, 15, 20 years, always require title? Do you know
That's a
which-
fantastic question. It varies throughout the jurisdictions. I don't have that information off the top of my head. That is something that we could potentially pull from the other jurisdictions. There are surrounding states that require titles no matter what. And there are surrounding states that have a certain cutoff, whether it be the 10, the 15, the 20. That is mixed throughout each jurisdiction.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Mark Eckberg from New Hampshire Municipalities, I believe it says. Good morning, sir. Who is in support of the bill?
NHBOA or the NH Municipal Association. I'm kind of here for representing all municipalities. Again, my name is Mark Eckberg. I'm currently a code enforcement officer for the town of Belmont. And I was asked to come down and speak with you or speak to you with the issues that municipalities have with illegal junkyards. And it's a massive issue. And with not being able to remove a vehicle off of property without going all the way back to 99, there's the multitude of issues are either the homeowner is either unwilling or unable to process a duplicate title. Tow companies and salvage yards will not remove vehicles off the property without a title. I've worked with the Department of Safety for about 18 months before I threw my hands up that I couldn't find a solution. I understand the wrecking yard's position. They don't want to lose their licenses. I understand the state's position for fraud and that type of thing. But from a municipal standpoint, if we had the ability to remove a vehicle off of property with owner's consent because they are either unwilling or unable to process that duplicate title, that would help municipalities out immensely.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Final speaker I have signed up for 1031 and /1032, I'm assuming, Dan Bennett, opposed to the bill, representing the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. And to spare you the having to hear me 3 times say the same thing, the chairman I spoke and my testimonial served for 1031, 1032, and 1044. So as you know, NHADA is a trade association representing the motor vehicle industry, about 500 businesses, 14,000 employees, car, truck, motorcycle, snowmobile, ATV dealers, franchise and independent, all corners, every community in the state. The motor vehicle title system is a good one. It serves a benefit for both businesses and the consumers. New Hampshire is on the cusp of making a major technological evolution in the title system. There's an RFP on the street from the DMV to look at electronic liens and electronic titling like they do in a number of other states. And it's a move that industry wholeheartedly supports. The current title system works and it works well. Under Director Marasco and Supervisor O'Leary, the Title Bureau is firing on all cylinders. They've got turnaround times that we've never seen before. It's of tremendous benefit to consumers and to businesses, to dealers, both franchise and independent, large and small. But importantly, titling vehicles is consumer protection, but it also really protect or helps businesses like the auto dealers. It prevents against fraud, stolen vehicles, things like odometer tampering are all wrapped up in the titling process. And then you heard Trooper Huddleston mention rebuilt and salvage vehicles. When titles are branded and something comes into a dealership lot, we now know whether it's been salvaged, whether it's been rebuilt, whether it's been a flooded vehicle that came up from New Orleans. We're clued into it through the title system. So a tremendous benefit that way. And then in a lot of states, resale values are affected because certain auto auctions where a consumer or a dealer would take their vehicle back to the used market, they're not allowed if they aren't titled. So then you're stuck with it. So it negatively impacts the resale value of that vehicle. So the current titling system is in place. It's working well. We support it and see no need for the proposed changes that are wrapped up in any of those three bills that you have before you today. So with that, that's my brief testimony, and I'll see if I can take any questions, if there are any.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the same question if you can. You were around back then, I know you were. Do you remember what the motivation was for us to go to a fixed date of 2000 versus the rolling date that we had before? And the reason I ask is because at some point, even NHADA, say it's 2050 and we still have 2020 as the static date. At what point does it not affect the NHADA and the dealers with a year of age of a vehicle?
When you start buying a new car every 4 years? I don't know the history on it. I'm sure we could do, just like the committee researcher, we could probably look back for some of the legislative history. But I wasn't sitting at the table when that was done back in 2015. But I'm sure that we could do some research on it, and we gladly will if the chairman would like.
He was my next guy to go to. I figured your memory's usually pretty sharp. I figured I'd ask. Any other
Brad and I
questions?
could work together as well.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I've got. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1031. And just give me 1 second to switch over here. We'll open up 1032.
Same thing, just different years. Do you ever substitute? Do you ever substitute for another committee?
No, I kind of saying I was willing to, but I never been called. Have you?
No, I've never had.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1032. Again, if you look, this bill, except for 10 years and 20 years, is actually identical. So, I mean, the difference between the two numbers is something we can consider as a committee. So hopefully, I'm asking that not everybody repeats everything they said on 1031. We've got it. But to make it official, our chair recognizes Representative Santanastasso to introduce his bill. Good morning again.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. So as I said, for House Bill 1031, House Bill 1032 is essentially the same thing, but has a 20-year exemption rolling exemption time instead of the 10-year. But I can address some of the things that came up in 1031 that are relevant to this one as well. The loss in revenue for the titles, I sort of disagree that there'd be a loss in revenue because these are cars that can't be registered. So by allowing them to be registered, that revenue would be there. That's not there. There's no data on these cars because they're not being registered because there's no title. But I think what we could do is amend the bill and have a fee for registering a car with a missing title. Have a missing title fee. So you go register the car. Where's the title? I don't have one, but I have a bill of sale. Okay, there's an additional fee for this type of registration. I think that could handle that loss of revenue. I think that's a reasonable idea. And the $24,000 expenditure to make this change, that's only 24 2004 Toyota Corollas. So I think the cost is definitely worth what we're, the benefit the state's going to get out of this. I think it's a major benefit. And I think, it was mentioned that this is a convenience. We're talking about convenience and fraud, but this is a major convenience. I mean, these cars, as the gentleman representing the municipalities was saying, you can't do anything with them. I mean, if they're titled and even though the duplicate title process is simple, this is people we're dealing with. They're like, won't do it. It's like, just please sign this piece of paper. And if you ever dealt with people, it's difficult when there's problems like junk cars and stuff like this. And the junkyard would be happy to take these cars, but they can't because they need a title. And I think the 10-year might have been a little bit too aggressive. The 20-year, because the banks are using titles as a way to collect their collateral. And I think that's a good system. But 20 years, I mean, these are junkers. So, if the bank's still holding title, do they even have any collateral? What's that thing worth? I mean, that's like a 2004 car. And the one thing I didn't consider was the salvage title. The state trooper brought up that there could be a loophole around that. So that's something to consider. I could work with the committee if we could come up with a solution for that, because we do want to, we don't want someone to find out you can just go register a car that has a salvage title in New Hampshire because they don't have a title system. Nobody tampers with odometers anymore. So that's just, no one does that. I mean, come on. But the title system, it's a good thing to have, but at a certain point when you have junkers and stuff like this, I think there should be a rolling date so we can actually get to a point where these cars can be transferred. When it comes to, not being able to get these duplicate titles, you got elderly people, disabled people that moved away, just people just being not helpful. My personal example was a junkyard story where a guy couldn't get this car off his property because he needed the title. So it's a real problem. But I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Would you believe up until recently, every vehicle in my yard was more than 20 years old? Any questions from the committee? Any serious ones? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Kyle Huddleston, New Hampshire Department of Safety, not taking position on the bill. It says 5 minutes, but you can do much less if you care.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will do better than 5. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up that was just talked about is odometer tampering. We do have a number of open cases when we do every year of odometer tampering, and it's done by replacing the computer that's in the car, the engine control module. People buy it from a junkyard and put it in the car, and without having that instrument to clearly define when the vehicle is sold, how many miles are on it, is again a great big consumer fraud issue. And everything else that I said before. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Final speaker on 1032. Oop. Yeah, we'll leave things the way they are for one more speaker. Jennifer O'Leary from the Department of Motor Vehicles. There's no position on the bill.
Good morning. Same as before. In addition to that, I did pull some statistics on titles that were processed in 2023 that would meet the requirements of this bill. And that was approximately 20,000 titles, just over 20,000 titles that we processed for first time with new owners. And that would be a revenue of $516,000. So there is still a significant impact, even though the title fees are significantly low. If you look at what surrounding states are taking in, that is still a large impact. Same system changes would be needed, additional updates and training throughout the division. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Foot?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the title, is that the only way to track down like the Louisiana cars and flooding? And so is that the only resource we would have to follow that history of that vehicle?
That is correct. So currently, all titled vehicles, regardless of jurisdiction, are run through a national database in which New Hampshire interfaces with. This national database tracks NCIC, which is stolen or theft vehicles. It reports on major crashes and salvaging of vehicles, when a vehicle is rebuilt and branded as a rebuilt, along with flood and fire damage. So those are all tracked in there, and that is part of the permanent record within that national database. So if we have a question, if we have a vehicle that comes through that does not have one of those brands on it, this national database, when it interfaces with our system of record, will notify us, our examiners, and we will then notify the customer what the next steps they have to take to come into compliance and have the proper title issued. If it was a non-titled vehicle, which, you know, if you look at a 1999 that had a salvage brand on it, you know, number of years ago, then that goes completely undetected because that's only processed by registration and not with a title.
Any other questions? Representative Vayu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you explain the process and what happens if you have a vehicle that's been titled out of state and the previous owner can't be found, and how is there a mechanism for transferring that title even though the previous owner may not be available anymore? Or
so there's a number of different scenarios. So just to make sure that we're on the same page, Susie lives out in Montana. She was the last titled owner for a 2015 Honda, transfers it to you, and then Susie is no longer, you can't get a hold of her, and she transferred it without a title. Is that the correct scenario? Yes. So what our Bureau would instruct you to do is take every avenue that you can to try and make contact with this customer. We have certain documentation, certain verifications through local law enforcement, inspection station, or dealerships that can verify the VIN number on there. Generally, an individual is not taking ownership of a vehicle without at least a bill of sale. So there's information that you would be able to provide to us, along with a kind of a synopsis of what you've gone through. And there is an option through approval through the director or his designee that we would allow for a defective title bond. So there is that scenario. And we do see those. We have people that are stuck in situations such as that where they just have exhausted every effort, cannot get a hold of the last titled owner. We can see in the national database that Susie was the last titled owner. And even though Montana won't provide that title to us, we can confirm whether it's been reported as a theft or salvaged or rebuilt, any of those. Through our research, and then through additional research using other systems that are available to us, we're able to determine that there's no fraud intended, and then we can move forward and allow the customer a defective title bond.
how long does that process typically take?
It can take some time. It all depends on what information the customer has provided to us. It has to go through a review process. Again, there's other systems that we work with. The national database, if we need to reach out to the previous state to get additional information, it's all in what their response time is to us. Once we have everything we need, if it looks like there's no fraud intended, that you have exhausted all your resources, then it'll go up for approval process, and then we'll send out a letter that would allow you to take to your insurance company and get a defective title bond.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Is
Turn your mic on, Representative.
Is it on now? Okay. I just wanted to ask, the title, is that the one tool that carries the correct VIN number through the life of a car? I mean, if you don't have, that's the only real identification of the VIN number. I mean, you can register a car and use a VIN number, but no one ever goes out to the physical car and checks the VIN number.
That's a great question. There are other tools. So for non-titleable motor vehicles, there are requirements that either the customer needs to present to us, not just proof of ownership, which would be the bill of sale, but as well as VIN verification. So if a previous title is present, then we can take a copy of that. If the previous owner's registration is available, we can take a copy of that. Or we have a specific form, which is a TDMV 19A, which is a VIN verification form, where the VIN is verified by either a licensed New Hampshire dealer, a licensed New Hampshire inspection station, or a New Hampshire law enforcement officer. And there are different spots on the vehicles where these VINs are placed. And these individuals are trained to check multiple spots to verify the VIN on the vehicle before completing those forms. And that's what's required in order to obtain a registration and show proof of ownership.
Yep, follow.
So actually, one that this bill isn't affected, doesn't affect that at all because there is a VIN verification.
There is a VIN verification, that's correct. However, what we are not going to be able to track is anything that's attached to the titling of a vehicle. When you get this VIN verification done, you're not able to see, is there a salvage brand? Is there a rebuilt brand? Was this part of a flood? Is this part of a theft? Are there other factors put into that?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. Is there any national database of the VIN numbers once the automakers create a car, create a VIN number? And is there any database that would then have any information associated with what happened to the car?
We do have a database that we can utilize through NICB that will show where it was manufactured, who manufactured it, what country it was in. The VIN number is broken down in certain characteristics. There is a formula to this. And then once it's first sold, even if it's put out to a franchise dealership, that is noted, and we start tracking that in other databases as well. So there is a way to follow the life of a vehicle as long as a title is associated with this.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Brad, while I'm thinking about it, when you're looking through 2015 for intent, can you look at what the New Hampshire salvage dealers' position was? I'm surprised not to see them here today. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1032.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. A couple of minutes, we'll go into 1044. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1044 relative to the non-mandatory issuance of certificates of title for certain vehicles. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Post. Good morning.
Good morning. And I thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I am Lisa Post from Lineborough. This bill is a constituent bill, and this would allow a non-mandatory titling of vehicles older than 2000. This bill will help people when they are able to use a title and then sell a vehicle or a trailer that's under 3,000 pounds in another state, where they must have a title to sell that vehicle or trailer. And this was a process we went through. We have done it before. And in a transaction recently that we had, we were told by the DMV and title department that that transaction was no longer valid because they've interpreted things differently now. So this cuts off people from selling a vehicle in other states. And now we know that vehicles are being bought from all over the country and sold all over the country. So this will help folks that want to sell their vehicles that they no longer want and be able to title that vehicle or that trailer. And although if you look in the back on the estimated impact as an increase over the years, this is something that exponentially, I do not believe that we're just going to have a run on by everybody to run to their town clerks to get titled a vehicle they want to sell out of state. It's a very seldom thing. Every few years, we have a handful of people that do this. And so I don't believe these numbers are an accurate reflection, because most people who have older vehicles that purchase them and use either a VIN verification or a previous registration from the owner, along with that bill of title, they don't want to spend the $25 because they have an old car and they're going to use it, they're going to beat it up, and they're going to be done with it and buy another one just like it. So I believe this is in the best interest of our customers, that they are able to have a title. And it's just polar opposite of the two bills that we had before. And I hope you'll take this into consideration for folks that need to sell a vehicle and have a buyer in another state. And we have that issue also coming in from like Massachusetts and Vermont, where some and New York, where they don't have titles and we have to use other things for it. But we are a titling state. And so for these few people that use them every year, I hope you will support this. And I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. Actually, I do have one. Just the way it's written, do you see there's an avenue, excuse the transportation metaphor, for the Department of Motor Vehicles to deny a title? Say it's, for an example, if it's a 1997 and you're requesting a title, what if, according to their records, it was reported stolen in 2004? I don't see in the language where it would give them the ability to say, no, we're not giving you a title for it because it comes up stolen.
I didn't consider that, in all honesty. We have the ability to look at previous titles. So, and the DMV does have the ability to go into these I forget what you call them, but the databases that are used for this. So they can find it through the database. So perhaps we could put in something in this bill that indicates that we must check to see for a previous title.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not guaranteed. Correct. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much and have a great day.
You too. Next up, Jennifer O'Leary. Once again, Title Day and Transportation from the Department of Motor Vehicle, not taking a position on the bill.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you again for taking time to speak with me. We only have a couple of talking points here. So as spoken about in previous testimony, our current turnaround time is less than 3 weeks. We shoot for the 2-week turnaround time to get titles processed and out the door. By allowing extra titles to come in and individuals who would fall under what is currently our exempt vehicle law, 261.3, that would increase our workload and that would slow down our turnaround time. As Representative Post had mentioned, that it's only a few every year that would be looking to do this. That would be just based off of one municipality. We have to take into consideration there are 234 municipalities. There are multiple businesses and multiple members of society that would be looking to do this. And once we allow this for one, we have to allow for all others. So one of the questions that was asked was, would we be able to check the national database for stolen, last titled, so on and so forth? That's actually one of the steps that we take currently for our antique vehicles. So any vehicle who's completed its 25th year and in its 26th year can be classified as an antique here in the state of New Hampshire and may be eligible for a title. And that may be eligible for a title means that they have to meet certain criteria. And one of those criteria is that they have to turn in the last issued title. And we check those national databases to see when the last title was issued. So we'll go back to the same scenario with Montana on a question asked in the previous bill. If I purchase a vehicle that is a 1995, it would be eligible for an antique title application. If the title examiner discovers that back in 2020, a title was issued out of Montana and I don't have that to turn in with my application for antique title would be denied because that is the number one thing that would have to be turned in. We would allow additional supporting documentation to be submitted if a previous title has gone a number of years without being eligible or valid or available. So there are certain mechanisms and certain ways to track these, but we do deny applications if they don't meet certain requirements. And that's something that we do for some of the exempt vehicles that qualify as an antique. So when we look at, we're currently issuing 400,000 titles on average per year, and increasing that, like we talked about before, would increase the turnaround time. It would have an impact on consumers, it would have an impact on lenders, and it would have an impact on the dealer association as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask you the same question. The way this particular bill is written, do you still have the ability to deny if somebody requests a non-mandatory title?
I believe with the terminology that says may would allow us the ability.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. Representative Sykes?
Thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm a little late to the garden party here, so bear with me for a minute, but I wish you would explain to me more carefully what the difference is that this bill, how it would change 261:3 of existing law already.
Correct. So it says no, in 261.3 for exempt vehicles, it says no certificate of title need be attained for. So that means that we are not going to produce a title because it is not a requirement under New Hampshire statute. And that lists all of these. So goes into discuss a ton of different things. It does talk about trailers with gross weight of less than 3,001 pounds, any motor vehicle whose manufacturer model year is before the year 2000, except for heavy trucks and truck tractors.
Follow up. So I guess a fair summation of that would be that this will allow consumers to further provide provenance for older vehicles, and as a corollary to that, it would allow them to more easily to sell these vehicles.
It would allow them to voluntarily place an application on file for title with us. It would not be required for them to do so. And then they would have a certificate of title, which does bolster their ownership for that vehicle.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee?
I do have one more statement if there's no further questions.
Sure.
One of the things that we have to keep in mind, if it's an exempt vehicle and a title has been issued, it does not mean that an individual has to sell it with the title. So if I opted to title a trailer that was a 2023 trailer with only 3,000 GVWR, I'm going to have that title, but then my next door neighbor can go and write a bill of sale to one of you, and the system is not going to flag anything. It's not going to show that my neighbor was not the rightful owner to be able to sell that, because it's not required to have a title in order to sell that type of vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. I'm going to close the public hearing. House Bill 1044. Next up, we have 1138. A couple of minutes, please. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1138, equalizing the fines for operating an OHRV with a driver's license suspended and operating a snowmobile with a driver's license suspended. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Kelly. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. HB 1138 was born out of the work of the HB 1188 Commission to study the use of OHRVs in New Hampshire. The commission is made up of 17 members representing OHRV users, dealers, conservation commissions, legislators, citizens of the North Country, and the relevant public agencies. The commission has heard repeatedly that the majority of bad behavior surrounding OHRV use is committed by a very small number of repeat offenders. While discussing many possible remedies for these issues, this was one that was highlighted by members of the committee. This is merely trying to rectify confusion with the current RSA surrounding operation of an OHRV after revocation of a license. To a layperson like myself, it seems that the language in RSA 215A29 is meant to delegate the sentence to the sentencing laid out in RSA 264 for other motor vehicles. In actuality, it seems that a loophole exists where violators are assessed a much lower fine without escalation for repeat offenses. This bill intends to make clear the legislature's intent by directly adding the language from RSA 264 into RSA 215. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I believe Captain Eastman from Fish and Game is here. He may be better equipped to explain the enforcement aspect of this bill and where the confusion in current law comes from.
That's a pretty good escape. Does that mean you won't take any questions?
I'll take questions if
Okay.
anybody has them.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now, I don't have a card from Captain Eastman. Oh, never mind, I do. Chair recognizes Captain Eastman from New Hampshire Fish and Game. Long time no see, how are you?
Great, how are you? Chairman Walsh and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. This has been, so to start out, the requirement is that when you became 16 or over and you're going to operate an OHRV or snowmobile, you are required to have a driver's license in good standing. So in that, this law has been on the books probably since the late 70s, early 80s, in where it was a handful of people who had OHRVs, and once again, they had to have a license of good standing. Now, fast forward to 2024, we have a lot more OHRVs and snowmobiles out there operating in different manners. And so this really comes from what has been a pet peeve of mine for some time, probably about 24 years, in where when you have an operator of a snow machine or an OHRV and they have a suspended driver's license due to whatever reason the Department of Motor Vehicles suspends their driver's license outside of DWIs and things of that nature, which there is a enhanced penalty for that within OHRV and snowmobile law. What occurs currently under this law is that if someone has a suspended driver's license and they operate one of those two vehicles, they are assessed a fine of $186. Now, they can pay that fine, go on, continue to violate, and all they are assessed is an $886 fine. And throughout my career, I have seen this where they're like, well, I'll just pay the fine and I can continue to operate my snowmobile. What this bill would do would change that, kind of bring us into where we are in New Hampshire with OHRV use, and parity this with motor vehicle law, where if you violate once, it's a $250 fine. And then if you decide to violate that after the fact, it then is enhanced, within that 7-year period as it is in motor vehicle law, and would then enhance the fine and enhance the penalty like a motor vehicle law. So.
Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. Just a quick guess, how many people you run up against where they pay the fine and keep doing it?
I've had a handful over my career. Where we saw this more was, and why we really suggested this within the OHRV Commission, it's in your bigger events like Jericho ATV Festival, events like that, some of the snowmobile events where you start to see more people coming out and operating, and then you tend to see people that have suspended driver's license that are operating OHRVs and snowmobiles.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Wow. And I have nobody else signed up. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
And just for everybody too, I don't know, you may have noticed, I filed all of our early bills today. So we can look at the policy of something like this as a decision for this committee, and I assume it'll be going to probably criminal justice afterwards to look at the rest of it in terms of how it applies. With nothing else on it, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1138. I tried something different with scheduling today, and unfortunately for me, we have an extra long lunch today. So, hopefully you're all stick around long enough to see the hearings this afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. Being 1:02, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1304, FN local, relative to vessel registration and boat fee decals. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Creighton. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, fellow representatives. I'd like to present 1304 to you. The bottom line is that currently, state of New Hampshire is out of compliance with federal law. Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard came down and said that we could not charge additional fees for boat registration. Currently, state of New Hampshire charges for the boat registration and then tax on fees for fish and game, for Peace Air Force Commission, and for DES. And that is in violation of federal law. So 3 years ago, this came to RD, and I chaired the committee on that. And then this committee approved a study committee last year. So what 1304 is a result of that study committee that you commissioned last year. Bottom line is, study committee met twice, and the solution that we came up with unanimous agreement across the board was to establish a second sticker. So the first sticker registers your boat. No change to cost, no change to procedure. The second sticker accounts for those state fees that are charged. There is no change to the state fees for the second sticker. So the same $9.50, the same $1 that you're paying Fish and Game for search and rescue, all of that remains the same. There is an additional $3 cost, which is the cost of the sticker itself. And so that will be added on to the second sticker. And so the committee looked at this, we created the bill, and then it was discovered, one, that in the bill, it says, where do you put the sticker on the boat? Well, that's already in RSA. That's already defined in rules. And so we took that out in the amendment that's in front of you. The second thing was a common sense thing. It said, wait a minute, if we start this thing in June of 2024, that's in the middle of boating season. It makes no sense. Let's push it out to January of 25, which is when everyone registers the boats. And so you see an amendment in front of you that strikes one paragraph, not needed, already in rules, and then kicks the bill implementation date out until January 25, so that it's commensurate with the boating season. That's it. With this bill, we are in compliance with federal law. We preserve the $4.1 million a year that the feds give us that they otherwise would take away. And we continue on with no additional cost outside of the $3, which is actual payment of the sticker. Subject to any questions, I request your support on this bill to bring New Hampshire back under federal law and preserve $4.1 million a year in federal funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though I was on the study committee, I just have another question.
Please.
Now that we have two stickers, a registration sticker and a fee sticker, call it, can anybody get a registration sticker in any state now and still use it in New Hampshire, technically? Because
This
one's
does
a
not
federal sticker.
change that. So the rules that apply for out-of-state stickers still apply. This does not touch the out-of-state sticker process. Sir?
Further questions? Wow. Oop. Representative C.
I noticed you're looking at getting rid of on page 2, line 28, get rid of section 2 of RSA.
It's in there, sir. If you go to the next page. under section 2, it's based on the second sticker. So those, if you look, the $9.50, the $1, $5, $2, all that's identical. The only thing that we added to that section was the $3 for the sticker itself.
Yeah, it might be confusing. Are you looking at the amendment that's there as well? Let's get to that in a second, because one at a time, we haven't officially adopted the amendment yet, but we will talk about it. Any other questions from the committee? So I guess I will ask the same question you were getting at on the amendment, and we'll do this as, just so we are all on the same page. You said you want to remove line A2 on the amendment because
That's
it's already
correct.
in rules?
That's already in rules.
But
And so if you go to register your boat, they'll tell you, put it right here.
Right, but it doesn't hurt to leave it in statute, if we decided to, correct?
If you'd like to do that, Mr. Chairman, that'd be fine.
It's nice to have a statute back up a rule, seeing as how that's they're more binding, so, okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will recognize Amy. Uh-oh.
I'll spare you on that one.
What is it again?
Smagula.
Okay, thank you very much. Represent the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and does not say opposed or support, but you do have written testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to comment on 1304. I am Amy Smagula. I'm a freshwater biologist with the Department of Environmental Services, where I coordinate the Exotic Species Program. That program is the recipient of $9.50 per vessel under existing legislation and under the decal program that's proposed before you. And I provided a letter on behalf of DES that outlines the use of that fee that comes into our agency and some additional information for you. I just wanted to highlight the fact that the fees that are collected are important to the state. We do receive a lot of in-state and transient boaters and others who use our water bodies, and the programs that receive the funding that would be packaged into this decal fee support critical state programs that help protect the health, the integrity, the accessibility, the navigability, and the safety of our surface waters. So this is a good fix for the issue relative to the Coast Guard statute. The money that comes into the DES program goes right back out mostly as grants to municipalities and nonprofit groups to help mitigate impacts of invasive species in our water bodies. We have about 100 water bodies that have invasive species in them, and they do cause problems for use of our water bodies. So the money is useful for grants for that purpose, and it's a good way to capture that. Boaters are the primary means of spread of invasive species, so the fee is appropriate attached to boaters. We don't take a position on this bill, but we just did want to provide that information to you that's in the letter.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're off the hook. Thank you. Yeah, excuse that. Bad one. And I thought the transportation metaphors were bad. Now we're getting at the marine ones. Next up, Chair recognizes, and you're going to have to help me on this last name too, Andrea Lamoureux. Welcome, representing New Hampshire Lakes, in support of the bill, looking for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, the president of New Hampshire Lakes. We are a statewide nonprofit organization with our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. And we're here today to speak in support of the bill. I won't take up much of your time. Ms. Smagula and Representative Crichton did a great job explaining the bill, and Ms. Smagula in particular, the importance to helping to support the prevention and spread management of aquatic invasive species. New Hampshire Lakes, we are a recipient of a grant from the Department of Environmental Services. Through this, the funds that Mrs. Smagula mentioned, We run a courtesy boat inspection program. If you've ever launched a boat on a lake in New Hampshire, you might have run into a blue shirted person called a lake host teaching you how to prevent the spread of invasive species. So we receive a grant from DES to run that program, but that grant leverages about 3 times the amount of funding from local communities. So we use the grant funds to leverage a lot more community support for our lakes. So I urge you to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Final person I have signed up to speak, committee favorite, Mr. Tim Dunleavy from the Department of Safety, Marine Patrol. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Transportation Committee. Happy New Year. My name is Tim Dunleavy. I come to you today representing the Department of Safety, the State Police Marine Patrol Unit. And I thank you for your time as as you have heard from those before me. This bill is the result of a desk audit that happens every couple of years by the Coast Guard of the Marine Patrol program, ensuring that it follows the requirements of grant dollars that we receive from the Coast Guard with our boating safety program. About 3 years ago, it was discovered we were collecting fees at the time of the boat registration transaction that were in violation of federal law. Essentially, the Coast Guard wants a person to be able to go to the DMV or the town hall substation and be able to just register their boat and have these other fees that New Hampshire's been collecting for years be bifurcated from that initial financial transaction. As you heard through the work of numerous people, what you have before you today is a work product that satisfies the Coast Guard, satisfies the fact that a person can have those fees in that transaction separated from the registration transaction and then the collection of those other fees that are critical to our partners here in state for a variety of very important topics, whether it be the aquatic invasives, search and rescue, public access, and for the Pease, the Port Authority down at Pease Development, their dredge fund, which if you are from the coast, understand the challenges they have with dredging. So these dollars are critical to our partners, and this bill before you is a solution to that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
One quick thing, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned addressing in the amendment the aspect of rules. I will tell you our current rules regarding the placement of decal are by reference to the federal requirements of the decal placement. So that amendment actually does have some importance because we reference them, we cite them by reference in the rules. When the feds change, because they always do, New Hampshire is automatically caught up just because it's in reference. So for what that's worth.
Thank you very much for the clarity.
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to thank everybody involved in this, including Representative Creighton. I know there was a lot of work with all the study committees, et cetera. So, Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Do people with out-of-state boats need to just get that one sticker or the decal?
They need to get a sticker through the Department of Environmental Services. That program is already on the books and has been. The decals that we're talking about here today do not impact an out-of-state boater in any way. New Hampshire still has reciprocity with other states. So if they come to us legally registered from Alabama, then they are complying with what we're dealing with here today. No change for them at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last call. Seeing none, thank you again. That being said, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1304. A couple of minutes to regroup. We'll be looking at 1447 next. Okay, being 122, I'm gonna open up the public hearing on House Bill 1447 FN relative to prohibiting certain smoke emitting devices on motor vehicles. Chair recognizes Representative Partial, the prime sponsor. Greetings.
Thank you, Chair, and hello to the committee. For the record, I'm Lucius Partial, representing Marlboro. And I'm here to advance House Bill 1617. The essence of the bill is to enforce federal EPA regulations around exhaust modification. Tampering with a vehicle's emission control system is illegal under the Clean Air Act and causes excess pollutants to the air we breathe, up to 40 to 100 times the emissions of a standard vehicle. The CAA also prohibits manufacturing, selling, offering for sale, and installing aftermarket devices which effectively defeat these controls. The EPA has a national compliance initiative, and I have several dozen links that I would be happy to share with you electronically. That's the way you want them when they're computer links, if you ask. They highlight the success that they have in prosecuting the distributors of these emission-defeating devices. However, they do not patrol the streets of our communities, and this creates a problem that needs a grassroots answer. Several states have enacted legislation reinforcing the illegality of emissions modification. They include Maine, Utah, New Jersey, Maryland, Colorado, and Connecticut. Now, I've witnessed coal rolling on at least 2 occasions. One, when a group of citizens in the square in Keene, New Hampshire were assembled to promote a social justice issue, and a loud jeer from a passing motorist in a white pickup preceded a blast of carbon exhaust that resulted in several people becoming ill. And the others, there's numerous stories of people having this happen. In fact, you can go online. It's not part of my written testimony. You can go online, type in rolling coal on YouTube, and you can find all sorts of examples of people engaging in this kind of behavior and gleefully sharing the results of it. But in 2021, 6 bicycles training for a road race were run over by a 16-year-old who was rolling coal along Business US Highway 290 in Texas, outside Houston. He wasn't happy with his first attempt. He thus got a little too close to them, and several of them were hospitalized because of his attempt to engage in what I would consider to be a pointless activity. So this is clearly a practice that has no purpose but to inspire acts of road rage at a time when there are already enough incidents of independent rolling coal. By enforcing existing federal law on a state level, we can better manage this odious act and help calm New Hampshire highways. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Really? Oh, Representative Jones, I saw you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. The violation, the fine of not to exceed $5,000, was that already in the RSA, or did you put that in there?
I added that to the, no, that's not in the, there's no, this would be an amendment to our current RSA. There's nothing in code right now. I arrived at that figure from looking at what some of the other states were doing. I think it was, don't quote me, I think it was New Jersey and Colorado have the maximum fine of that. And it seems reasonable to me.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand over there? Representative Sellers? You're all set? Yeah. Representative Phil?
Thank you. This is my real seat over here. Yeah, I thought you had mentioned that this is illegal federally.
Yes.
So why is it that we need this?
Well, because basically the Environmental Protection Agency is not in the business of patrolling our highways. And this will give our local police authority to pull somebody over if they have been rolling coal and inspect their emissions and find out what's been tampered with. Right now, I don't believe they have that authority, although I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong. I don't believe they have the authority to do that in the case of rolling coal.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. Would this in any way affect vehicle inspections when somebody takes their car in for inspection?
Yes, and it should, because modifying the exhaust in this way is illegal under both federal and state law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a quick question on it. Who does the modifications? Do shops do it, or I mean, I'm just curious if you've looked into that at all.
You know, I actually have not looked into any great deal, but I do know that of those links that I was saying,
Yeah.
these are EPA prosecutions of manufacturers of devices that people buy to put on their truck in order to make this happen. So my guess would be it'd probably be somebody putting their truck up in their, usually I drive a truck, you know, nothing against trucks, but putting their truck up in the backyard and doing it themselves,
Okay,
I
thank you.
believe. But, you know, but don't quote me on that, so.
Anybody else? Actually, I do have one, and if it did get asked already, I apologize. I was talking with somebody else. Have you looked through our statutes that we currently have? I thought we had currently RSAs to deal with excessive smoke for any reason, not just for something like this.
Well, this is specific to adding a device that has the sole purpose of generating these kind of fumes. It's an intentional. I don't think it's necessary. I don't have a strong need to go after the diesel truck driver who's behind on his repairs and might be out of compliance. That's not my goal with a legislation such as this.
No, understood, but I believe there's already something in the books.
But you would know better
but
than I, though, and if there is, you know, I would more than willing to be corrected on that.
All right.
But I did go through and from what I could see, I did not see anything to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Well, thank you.
This is an early bill, yes. All of the bills today are early bills. Next up, Chair recognizes Becky Ola from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services in support of the bill.
Okay. Becky Oler, Department of Environmental Services. I'm in the Air Resources Division and have worked for almost 25 years in the realm of trying to control emissions from the transportation sector. I think that the sponsor of the bill answered or addressed many of the points that I would like to make about this. I've handed around a fact sheet from the Environmental Protection Agency, so I won't repeat what he said, other than to reiterate that federal law does make this a violation. It's a federal violation for tampering with or bypassing an vehicle's emission control device. Both selling such devices and installing those devices are also a violation of federal law. But absent a federal law, absent a state law that also makes this illegal, there's no way for local or state police to pull over the vehicles that they see that are in violation of this. We do not have a state statute which they can cite as a violation. There was a question about how does this impact the vehicle inspections, and one of the things about some of these devices, not all, there's multiple ways to do this. You can either just completely bypass your exhaust control equipment, in which case it's going to smoke all the time, and then you can have a device that dumps extra fuel into the engine that just simply overpowers the control device. Multiple ways of doing it, but not all of those are detectable in the vehicle inspection. There's particularly those that are add-on devices. You can turn the device off and you can pass any tailpipe test that any state is going to throw at you. So unless the inspector knows to actually look for a specific device, it may pass inspection and then, leave the garage, go around the corner and roll call on some poor unsuspecting individual. We do already have this emission statute in sight, but the modifications, it was asked who does the modifications, and the modifications, again, can be done by shops that illegally sell add-on devices, but again, they can also be done in the backyard, and just simply putting in an extra fuel line that you've got the ability to turn off and on from the cab, and it can just simply overwhelm you basically dump more fuel into the engine than it can possibly burn, and it just comes out the tailpipe as smoke. So New Hampshire DES would very much like to see these specifically banned in New Hampshire. And again, this would give local and state law enforcement the tools that they need to be able to enforce these, because if they don't have a local statute that they can pin the violation to, they're very unlikely to impose all that extra paperwork on themselves to try to turn around and cite the federal law.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative Rumbo.
Thank you. Ms. Aller, I don't know if this is best directed to you or to the sponsor, but was looking at the language that prohibits these modifications that would release significant quantities of soot, smoke, or other particulate emissions. I looked quickly. I was trying to see whether in the existing statute where that's defined or how the parameters would be set. What's significant in terms from an enforcement perspective?
Yeah, I can't address that, but that is a good catch, that it probably needs to be more specifically defined. That would be either in excess of the design factor for that vehicle. I mean, each motor vehicle has specific parameters in which they are designed to operate, and so anything that tampers with that operational design would be considered tampering with the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up and final. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? I thought I had one more card, but I do not. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1447. And next up, 5 minutes, 7 minutes or so, we'll do House Bill 1543. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1543 FN relative to personal electric vehicles. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Gould.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am introducing House Bill 1543 FN because there is a need, and there will be a need, to protect people both on our pathways and our roads as these personal electric vehicles become more common. These protections are not just for the people affected by the PEVs, but also the people using the personal electric vehicles. And I understand there are at least 50 people supporting this bill now online or wherever the numbers are versus only 1 or 2 opposing it. And let me see. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. If you have any questions, you will definitely don't feel very free to ask any questions you have, because I have been asking questions myself. There's a lot of new information about these things that we don't know about yet because they haven't been around too much, but they will be increasing more and more. And that's why this bill is being put in to be proactive for all the needs that will be coming up. Mr. Topham will be explaining more about the bill than I. He knows all the technical aspects of this particular bill and these issues. He has been involved with bicycling advocacy since 1971, and he is on the board of 5 rail trail advocacy groups in New Hampshire. And he's also involved on committees and commissions of the state of New Hampshire, including the Traffic Safety Commission. So if you have any questions, he should be able to answer them, hopefully. I feel he is one of the most knowledgeable persons in the whole state of New Hampshire about this issue. So he'll answer anything that he possibly can for you. So thank you very much for hearing this bill. And hopefully when it passes, it'll make the people safer here in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll mention it now. If you do wish to speak on this bill, because I did mention a name I don't have a pink card for, I need a pink card. If you don't wish to speak, just sign the blue sheets for or against. That being said, Chair recognizes next up Representative Pearson in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to be back in a single room. I did miss those last term. For the record, my name is Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, which encompasses the town of Derry. To avoid confusion, I also sit on the board of directors for Derry's Rail Trail Association. Derry's Rail Trail Association has not taken up this legislation and has no opinion, and I want to make it clear I'm not speaking on behalf of that board. So one of the things that in a way has come full circle technologically is taking what we have traditionally used with an internal combustion engine and strapped an electric motor onto it. Now, in the case of an automobile, we certainly understand that, right? You have a Tesla and various other companies have created electric cars. They go up and down the roads. We get that. Where this starts to get a little different is what happens when you take a V-twin out of a motorcycle and you put an electric motor in that. Is that still a motorcycle? Because in the early days of the bicycle industry, that's exactly what the bicycle industry did, is they put one-cylinder motors on bicycles, and even 100 years ago attempted to put electric motors on bicycles. So what happens here is that we've now come full circle back into this, and we find that the law seems to be very absent when it comes to addressing what those vehicles are. Now, in this particular case, my background is I've been in public safety for 27 years. And we in public safety have had to adjust and modify how we operate based on the technology of the day, whether it was the introduction of airbags or the introduction of giant battery packs. But in the case of personal electric vehicles, the concern that I have here specifically and why this bill is, I co-sponsored this bill, has to do with the use of these items on sidewalks and rail trails in other ways where pedestrians and these vehicles operate together. What you end up with and what we don't want to see happen is the rail trails basically turn into racetracks. Now, the town of Derry is fortunate that it has two entire sets of railroad beds that bisect each other technically in Wyndham, one of which is paved and one of which is not. And we have already experienced situations of electric vehicles traveling down the paved rail trail. So I think the important part of this legislation, specifically for my circumstances and with my constituency, is we need to establish some ground rules and some boundaries as to how these PEVs are gonna work with our pedestrian community. So if you'll notice in the bill, we love lines and pages. So like page 2 as an example at the top, lines 3 through 6 covers sidewalks, walking trails, rail trails, that sort of thing. And it does put some guidelines on that. The paragraph below that, B, if you look at that, seems to mimic the bicycle requirement that we have in the state. Because again, these personal electric vehicles kind of skate a line between being an electric motorcycle and being an electric bicycle. So this in no way, and I want to make that clear, in no way creates a helmet law for an electric motorcycle. We're not even going to touch that. But what this does do for those that are 16 or under, puts these into the similar category that we have for bicycles. You'll see some classification changes, some definitions that need to happen, because as you know, when we come up with terms in law that we don't define, things become problematic. But that's the gist of my concern with what's going on right now. The concern I have in Derry for these personal electric vehicles, and the desire for the state to get ahead of something for a change, and not for us to have to react after we start dealing with the inevitable popularity of these devices.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Sykes?
I think Representative Hill was first.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I get to say. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Hill. Representative Pearson, you only have one more year to match my 28 years in public safety, so.
God willing, I make it.
You will. My question is that as a community that has several miles of paved rail trail, and we are seeing a proliferation of these types of PEVs, one of the biggest concerns that I see, and I wonder your opinion, my question is what your opinion might be, about how it's, yes, they go probably too fast, but more importantly, if you're walking this way and they come up behind you, you just don't have any idea that they're coming. Have you given any thought to some type of, where there's that close interaction between pedestrians and these PEVs, to some kind of warning system that would allow pedestrians to know that these PEVs are coming?
The Derry Rail Trail has rules, I guess we could call them, common courtesies, for bicycles when they come upon pedestrians, either through a verbal notification or you laugh, but the old 1950s bell, they do it. It works. And again, with the rail trails in my community being open to pedestrians and horses and bicyclists, if that would just fall into the existing rules that we have now, we would expect that same courtesy.
Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, but is these rules, how are they established? Are they just Derry's rules or are they a statewide possibility?
Mr. Topham, who was eloquently introduced by Representative Gould, who is a friend and certainly a recognized expert in this field, can address the larger statewide way that they look at things, but I can only speak to how we function at Derry.
Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Who's going to enforce these? Are you anticipating having rail trail police, or is this local police, or is this who's going to determine someone is going 15 miles per hour when they have perhaps a class 3 bicycle that goes 28 miles an hour?
So in the town of Derry right now, we do have bicycle patrols on our rail trail right now that will enforce ordinance within the town. Now, they're not year round, certainly. I'm not really concerned about PEVs this time of year. They're really not going to make it down the snow, but that, as of right now, is the way they're handling the public way as it sits, and I don't envision that changing at all. They'll continue to do that.
Further questions? I've got one. Oh, actually, go ahead, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on page 2 of line 13, where it says operation of a PEV over the speed limit, it's violation. How are you going to collect this violation from a 13-year-old?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure how they enforce the law on minors in all other facets right now. But they do it. So that's not my area of knowledge from a criminal justice standpoint.
Other questions? I've got one. First page, line 11. Is it the goal of this bill to classify these things, these electric bicycles, as motorcycles? Because it does appear they're all being grouped into one category. I do see there's a 5 mile an hour caveat there, but
yeah, or 5 horsepower.
5 horsepower.
Yeah, sure. Right. So, no, I see this is where the reality and the slang terminology collide with each other. Because a motor, by definition, is all motors are electric, and engines are internal combustion, and that's where we got to be careful here when we use the term motor to not really mean motor. And in this case, motor literally means motor, as in electric motor. So I think that you're exceeding the 5 horsepower rating, that really puts that into a narrow field as an electric item and not classifying these as motorcycles at all.
I'll look into that a little more, but I guess they did mislabel them 130 years ago or so, but you are correct. The other thing, while I've got you, and I just have not gone through all the related statutes on this bill yet, do we currently have helmet laws and reflective outerwear for under 16 and under on bicycles currently?
Yeah,
we do.
Absolutely. Yep.
No kidding.
It's unfortunately hardly ever enforced.
Another no fun bill. Okay.
But yeah, it's that is very much a requirement in the state of New Hampshire.
Okay. Well, Representative Hill got my other one. So any other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Yeah, thank you again. I did see in here 750 watts. Where did that come from? Is that a national standard or something? Or
I have absolutely no idea where that comes from whatsoever. I didn't write the bill. I support it. And I don't know if Mr. Topham can answer that, but I'm not the guy to answer that one.
Yeah, it sounds like the bicycle specialist will be good on that one. Did you have one related to him or one of the other speakers? perhaps?
746 is the electrical equivalent of 1 horsepower.
Okay. With no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee.
Well, now that we've mentioned it, Mr. David Topham, I can't make out who you represent, but you are in support of the bill. Welcome. And let us know who you represent.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Walsh and committee members. I'm Dave Topham from Salem, and I passed out a brochure handout to you a few minutes ago through Linda. I'm currently here representing, as indicated in the front page of that little handout, both the Bike Walk Alliance of New Hampshire, which is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated statewide for bicycling, pedestrian education, legislation, and basically doing things right for the community. Also with the New Hampshire Rail Trail Coalition, which is another affiliate or program under Bike Walk Alliance, interested in all things rail trails throughout the state. Not that we own or manage any of them, but we know what's going on, so to speak. So bottom line, it's just like to say a quick thank you again for Representative Linda Gould for introducing this. And also behind the scenes folks, all of you here in the State House, including Office of Legislative Services, I know put a lot of time and work drafting this bill, and I don't figure it's in final format today. But if I can explain a few things for the intent, the merits, where we're trying to go with it, I think we have something to talk about for another day in a work session or even offline meetings. I'll just say briefly also adding on for what Representative Gould had to say. Yes, I've been involved in the cycling world since 1971. I'm a nationally certified cycling instructor, on-road cycling, not racing, not mountain biking. But I guess I have those backgrounds there, and again, actually working with DOT, everything bike ped related in DOT for 44 years. I don't think there's been a single project in DOT I haven't seen or contributed to. So again, I've been around a while. I kind of have the gray hair to prove it, if you would. So hand in hand with that, I'll just say that the input to the handout we have going around here at the moment basically was a result of me being aware of some issues here in the state going back 2 years ago when I started to see machines being sold as if they were e-bikes. E-bikes, again, by classification, if you do flip through that brochure, there's I'm not going to go through page by page, but you can glance at some of it. E-bikes themselves, classified here in New Hampshire, will be class 1, 2, or 3. Again, the quick definition, class 1 means simply pedal assist. The motor will help you go up to 20 miles an hour. That's it. Class 2 simply means you can push a button, a throttle button, and it will power the bicycle with no pedaling up to 20 miles an hour. Class 3, and that definition of the 1 horsepower rating, by the way, that came about in 2003 from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. They are the ones who defined these bicycles. They call them low-speed electric bicycles. Be no more than 1 horsepower, 750 watt to 746 to be exact. They rounded it off to 750, and would not have a powered speed of more than 20 miles an hour. Even a class 3 bike, if it had a throttle on it, the older ones did, newer ones basically don't. The throttle alone, motor power only, will not power that bicycle more than 20 miles an hour. So I think it's a key point to reference along the way, that's where this 1 horsepower, 20 mile an hour speed reading came from. Going on from there, in more recent years, the bicycle industry and People for Bikes National Organization looked at this and said it's kind of a vague definition, how do we tell one from another? So they implemented this classification that was done through the bicycle industry and People for Bikes, not CPSC. So that's where it all came from. In 2018, I worked on the bill, House Bill 148, which was fully enacted in 2019, that made e-bikes, quote, legal in New Hampshire to the class 1, 2, 3 specifications that we're talking about now. A couple pages in on the handout, you see all the green states that have adopted that exact protocol, defining what an e-bike is. So fast forward a little bit. Approximately 2 years ago, I started seeing machines showing up on rail trails. I live in Salem. We've got 2 miles paved and it connects all the way through Wyndham into Derry. I started seeing so-called bikes, e-bikes, and people complaining left and right. These things are going way too fast. We have the problem of trail etiquette, common sense, and courtesy with regular bicyclists. I, as a bicyclist, my normal cruising speed on a road would probably be 16 miles an hour. On a smooth paved rail trail, a slight downhill, I could easily do 20, 25 on my bicycle with no electric assist. I mean, that's just a fact of life. That's efficiency. Bicycles are the most efficient form of transportation in the world, for calories burned and all this are good factors. So anyway, we started seeing these devices showing up and take a look at it because most people can't tell one bike from another, class 1, 2, 3. When I see this machine that has this huge battery on it and a humongous motor, I said, that's not a class 1, 2, 3. I'm calling them an electric motorcycle with pedals. With no regulation, no licensing, no safety training, nothing. Okay, it's just out there. And they're being sold and used in the state and online as if they were e-bikes. Really, they're giving the e-bike users a bad reputation. They're going too fast. They're going down the trail 40 miles an hour. Not on a class 1, 2, or 3, you're not. Those are folks doing like 15 average. So when we get to where we are now, it came to, and I'd like to just enlighten you folks a little bit today if you're not familiar with some of this terminology. That's why I call this little handout definitions, devices, whatever. A term that's been batted around quite recently is a micro-mobility. We're talking little scooters, skateboards, whatever, electric assist, battery powered, lithium-ion batteries are showing up everywhere. The cheap ones burn up. We know there's lots of stories about New York going up in flames in some areas. But it still comes down to the fact they're out there. And the intent of this bill is not to hone in particularly on these low-end devices. They're kind of like toys, okay? They're out there. The kids might do 15 miles an hour on it, might do 10 miles an hour. They fall into it, but that goes into personal electric vehicle with a light category. It's really the low end of the spectrum. Ones that concern us are the higher end, high speed machines, which have the horsepower and speed equivalent to what we currently regulate here in New Hampshire as motor vehicles. If you go over that little 1 horsepower mark, 20 miles an hour for an e-bike, and then you start talking about how these machines are out there with no regulation, yes, they can go from 0 to 40 miles an hour in 4 seconds. These other units, as one, I just saw a video the other day, this guy on this, I call it the electric motorcycle with pedals, was clocked at 101 miles an hour. Unicycles, that was a new thing. 2 years ago, I saw these showing up as these high-end bicycles / electric motorcycles with pedals. But more recently, I was made aware of electric unicycles. I give the users a lot of credit. They have more balance and agility than I would ever think of having. I have enough to do to pedal a bicycle, honestly, especially at my age. But it comes down to the fact that these machines, if you haven't seen them, they are an amazing piece of technology. It's one wheel. I'm not talking a ball, I'm talking a wheel. So you sit on it or you stand on it. They call them pedals, they're really platforms. And they're kind of defined in here in a couple of places. That basically, they lean forward, you go fast. You lean back, you slow down. And they have the gyroscopic mechanism to control it. Not side to side, that's what the operator does. Those devices are showing up again with no regulation. We have videos that were recorded, both here in New Hampshire on the Cotton Valley Rail Trail and over in Vermont, Eastern Trail. People doing, and prouder, doing 30, 40 miles an hour on the rail trails, on these electric unicycles. again, no regulation, and they're proud of the fact, hey, this is fun. We have all these open rail trails in New Hampshire. Let's come on over from the Maine, the club, and let's go out here and blast away at 40 miles an hour on rail trails. We're worried about 20 miles an hour bike. No, but I want to tie you up all day, but let's just close it out a little bit here. The fact of the matter is that if we can get the message across that we feel that these machines are actually more like motor vehicles, certainly not e-bikes or bicycles. And we have machines out here today, from mopeds, scooters, motor-driven cycles, true motorcycles. They all fall into that category of speed, range, horsepower for our level of regulation and safety. How, like right now today, you can get a kid, 12 years old, can jump on this quote electric motorcycle, hit the button, and be thrown off and get killed or seriously hurt, as Simon Cowell did on his bike a few years ago, because he didn't know what he was doing. He broke his back. He said, maybe I should have read the manual first. Maybe I should have taken a safety course. Yeah, so anyway, there are a lot of things that go into this along the way. If we don't regulate them and have the control, they're going to be showing up in more and more numbers. E-bikes and these unicycles, electric unicycles, are being sold in more numbers right now in this country than electric vehicles, cars and trucks put together. They are showing up left and right. So the question is here, can we do something about it? Can we control it? Can we regulate it? Safety, not just for the public. I'm talking about not rail trails exclusive. I'm talking about on the road. In Salem, I see some of these people going down the middle of Route 28, 45 miles an hour. Policeman looks at it and says, they tell me it's an e-bike because it has pedals on it. Really? Yeah, no. So again, we're asking that we look at this as what they are. I'm calling to actually be motorcycles first, electric motorcycles, so to speak, and then pick it up from there. I would definitely welcome questions, a work session, and even with folks in the DMV or DOS, some offline meetings, which we've already talked about.
Thank you, sir. I see a question from Representative Rich.
I can't reach my machine now. Oh, thank you very much. I just have a general question. I have an electric wheelchair. Where does that fall into this category? It doesn't ride on the sidewalks, ride on the edge of the road. So it seems like moped, it would fall in that.
Yeah, through the ADA standards and everything, mobility devices for those who are disabled and need to get around, they are automatically allowed to use these everywhere.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, they're definitely covered already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Am I reading this correctly that no matter what class you have, or even the big battery one that you mentioned, if this is to pass, no one would be able to drive one of those on any sidewalk, walkway, or public way, or public places more than 15 miles an hour?
At 15 miles an hour, I would not want to push that one, because again, most of the time rail trails especially are built at like 20 miles an hour, normal traffic flow, and again, the bike's limited to 20. House Bill 148 defined, again, 20 mile an hour e-bikes on rails, okay, 28. If you're pedaling like crazy, reach 28 not. So I would suggest we get into a work session, define, break out this bill a bit more. I'd probably suggest that be 20 in the bill, not 15. And that would apply to all vehicles. The main caveat being, for a fact here and I think throughout the country, and I don't want to just zero on rail trails, I'm talking about road use of these devices too, but just talking rail trails again. The idea that motor vehicles are not allowed on rail trails that are federally funded, okay? Snowmobiles, yes. Bicycles, pedestrians, yes. Motor vehicles, no. So if we started getting into these high-speed, high-power PEVs, whether they're unicycles or these electric motorcycles with pedals, if they're classified as motor vehicles, they'd automatically be excluded from the likes of rail trails. They're federally funded.
Quick follow-up. Thank you. So would it make sense then for there to be an additional class beyond these? Um, and I'm thinking more for the higher end units that you're talking about, because it would seem to me there's no licenses for those. So if someone is under a DUI, for instance, and can't use their driver's license, and they can use something else that goes at 45 miles an hour without a license, why would we cut it off at 28? I guess that's my question.
Cut it off at what, 28 miles an hour?
That's what this is. Class 3 is
Oh,
cutting it off at 28.
Class 3 e-bike at 28, correct. This also gets into the range, I think you're getting to the point also of diversity and equity in a little conversation. The way this was originally proposed, it wouldn't be one set and regulations, pricing for everyone. Those who need a bicycle, an e-bike to get around, like a cargo bike, it'll probably have usually 1,000, 1,500 watt motor on it, but still under 2 horsepower or so. There would be that level of category of basically it's over this, but under that. Technically, the industry calls them OCEVs, out of class electric vehicles. So not class 1, 2, 3, but they're not into like a true high-end motor vehicle type class like a motorcycle would be. Okay, so you can't have this interim range. And if we work this out properly, they would still have some training. We still don't want people out using those willy-nilly, causing problems on the road to themselves and everyone else around them. But if we had that then still regulated to a point, somewhat as a moped, it was like $8 a year for a license or registration for a moped in most towns. At least there'd be some safeguards on it. People know what they're getting into versus going out there and doing whatever. Say, like a kid getting on one of these things and hitting the throttle and getting in trouble. That's not a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Oop, thank you very much. Next up, last person signed up, Director Marasco from the Department of Motor Vehicles. Not supporting or opposing the bill currently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'll be brief. I just wanted to give some context to the fact that the DMV does receive quite a few calls regarding these issues where people have questions about the safety of the rider and the safety of the public because of the speeds and the types of vehicles that are out there today that are motorized, as the representative spoke about with unicycles and skateboards and of course the scooters. I also want to highlight the fact that within the last couple of months, I had an opportunity to attend an American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators conference with motor vehicle directors from Washington, D.C., all the way up to parts of Canada. And this is a national issue. Many states are trying to figure out how to regulate these vehicles, and many states are worried about the safety concerns that go along with that. There's also an AMVA survey that went out on this some time ago. I looked at that, and in most states, these vehicles are dealt with at the town and city level through a local ordinance. But that being said, regulating at the state level and having something that's uniform does make sense. So I certainly, the intent of the bill, I fully understand. As far as from a DMV standpoint, the bill does ask the DMV to create an online personal electric vehicle safety course. The only concern I would have with that is we filed a fiscal note. There would be, we'd have to hire a full-time training coordinator to build the content for that and to manage it. And I don't know how many attendees we would have in something like that, because the bill, it looks like if you're 16 or older and you don't have a valid license, you'd have to take the course. But there's also a section of the bill that talks about if you're under 16 and have to wear the helmet and the protective gear, I would assume that person would have to go through the course as well. So I don't know what those numbers would look like. We are hopefully due to get a Moodle training server, which is an online training platform that we had at one time. We're hoping to get that as soon as next month, but that's $25,000 a year to maintain that. and then to be able to promote that online training through that. The other concern I would have with the safety course is building content. Not so sure where I would find the experts on electric unicycles or skateboards per se. I mean, we run a motorcycle rider training course that we run about 2,000 people through a year. We provide the motorcycles and they learn to ride over the 2-day course. But some of these are outside the box vehicles, if you will. So we just have to do some research into how we would educate people on how to properly ride them. And then, of course, we'd have to issue new registration plates for these types of vehicles, depending on whether or not they receive a registration. But those are the main highlights I just wanted to offer to you, and happy to take any questions.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you. Thank you. How do you register even one of these devices, a PEV, to a 13-year-old?
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative. I look at it when when I first came into this position and these types of vehicles were coming to my attention. You look at what we do for a moped. It's pretty basic and simple. If it goes more than 30 miles an hour, you have to have a driver's license. You have to register the vehicle. I'm not sure how you register an e-skateboard. I don't know.
I'm going to interject with a question because it may help some of the other ones. I chaired a commission a few years ago, the commission to study the road use of non-traditional motor vehicles. And at the time, we did bring up the conversation of some of the things that are covered in this bill. Electric scooters, unicycles, skateboards, electric hoverboards, GoPed segways, one wheels, and electric skates. At the time, we were told the federal government was in the process of defining definitions or creating definitions to make those personal mobility devices. Have you heard anything more from the federal government on that? Because it seems to me that this bill is trying to turn these into motor vehicles, which would prevent them from using the trails, where the last I knew, the federal government is trying to call them personal mobility devices.
That's a great question, Representative. I don't have any information on that, but Supervisor of Registrations, Kathy Diamond, is here, and maybe I could just ask Kathy, have you heard anything on that?
Good morning. No, we have not heard any updates on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. The question I have is, does it look to you like this bill is essentially trying to cover everything that has one or more wheels and is designed to carry one or more people up to and including automobiles?
Yeah, when I first read the bill, it captures all of the types of vehicles or electric devices that we're hearing about out there. I think it tries to put them all under one umbrella and try to regulate them. And I know it's being done through the lenses of safety, which, we appreciate and support. Could there be, I know the representative mentioned a working group. Could there be a way to maybe drill down a little bit more and figure out how we could bifurcate some of these things, find out what other states are doing in certain areas, even at the local level, what they're doing with an e-skateboard. I think we're certainly open to working with the sponsor and anybody else on getting it exactly the way that everybody wants it.
Thank you.
Hold on, Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Marasco, could I call your attention to page 2, line, whoops, and it just flipped away on me. Hold on. Page 2, line 3. I'm just trying to get some clarity on a previous question. So, what I'm interpreting about this, and I'm asking for clarity about this. My question is, can you clarify this for me? It says on public ways or public places besides those in A, the speed limit should be based on the speed limits in this section. No person younger than 16 may operate a PEV on any public property. No, that's not the one I want. I'm sorry. It's, line 3. No person shall operate a PEV over 5 miles per hour on sidewalks, walkways, and walking trails which the purposes of this paragraph is deemed prima facie reasonable and prudent speed for PEV travel. No person shall operate a PEV over 15 miles per hour on public rail trails, public hiking trails, and public trails, but it does not say public ways. So my presumption is that, my question is, do we have regulations for these types of devices that would regulate them operating on public ways, which is a more, a more technical, I guess, less technical word, but a more technical intent, defining the way of travel.
I would say for the types of vehicles that are outlined here that are non-traditional, I don't know that we have anything to identify that.
So at this point, you would interpret this to mean that these types of vehicles could operate on public ways? Because that's the part I'm struggling with. I want to see where it says they can't, if that's the case.
Yeah. Kath, any thoughts on that?
Anybody?
From my understanding, it does not grant permission for that. I know there was another bill that I apologize, I don't know off the top of my head, we're working on to define.
Yeah, I'm sorry, with our new technology, I need you to come up to the microphone.
Yeah.
We don't want the people on YouTube to miss a beat.
Apologize. So again, Kathleen Diamond, thank you. So from my understanding, that does not grant them to be able to be on the public ways. However, I know there was another bill that we were working with another representative, Trottier, to define exactly what these type of vehicles are and what we're going to do and how we're going to register them, if we register them at all.
Yeah, and just for the committee too, there are two bills that deal with these.
Okay.
This one was deemed an early bill, that's why we're hearing it today. I would have liked to have heard them both, but I didn't have enough time to do them both. So there is another one. So look at, well, you'll find it. We've only got 29, but you can start looking at the two of them side by side. That might be helpful. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. I'm, as in a previous question, I'm more concerned with those that are dropping down to the use of these electric motorcycles to rather than when they've lost their license under DUI or some other condition. There's nothing in this bill that addresses that. Is there anything in the works from your department to help with that safety issue, I guess?
That's a great question, and I have heard that. I don't believe Representative Trottier's bill, the last time I looked at it, I don't believe there's anything in there that addresses.
I apologize.
Was
I
there
do.
a most recent version?
Yes, it was a recent version that we were going to work on the fines and for DWIs and such.
But prohibiting those that have already been convicted?
Correct.
From driving?
Correct.
Okay, after suspension,
Yes.
Okay.
So will that be coming in the next bill that we see, or is this a bill that's anticipated?
Is that the bill you're referring to? Is that Representative Trottier's?
Yeah.
We do have in possession Representative Trottier's, so we'll look at that one. Look at them both side by side. Yeah. And again, why one was early and one wasn't? If I had a little more time of the day, if I had known the morning was going to go so smoothly, I would have snuck it in this morning, but nonetheless, we have one more PEV bill coming after this one. Any other questions from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. Real quick question here. I'm very ignorant of this type of vehicle. I understand that if you have one of these that goes 28 miles an hour, with modification, it can go up to 42 miles an hour. That being said, would you give any thought to banning the ownership or use of these to anybody under 16 years of age?
I think that's, put it this way, I look out my window in the office some days and I see a young person go by on an e-skateboard at a high rate of speed with no helmet on. I think to myself, if that young man ends up hitting a pebble, he's going to go over head first, and it's not going to be a good day. So I think that's probably part of what this bill is trying to identify and fix, is the fact that I think, as the previous individual had testified about the fact, you're taking something and it's out of the box, you really don't know your limitations, you don't know what it can do. And yeah, the speed is too fast for young people that haven't had the opportunity to be properly trained. And even if they were, it's still too fast. So to your point, it's probably not safe for anybody at that speed on a skateboard or unicycle, and especially somebody that's young that doesn't have any type of training behind them.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to close the public hearing. I have nobody else signed up to speak. Close the public hearing on 1543. Give us a few minutes to regroup. Last hearing of the day, we'll do 1391 in a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna open up the public hearing on House Bill 1391 FN, allowing new vehicle purchases in the model year or before to be inspected in the second year after purchase. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. It's kind of weird being on this side of the tables.
We're pretty intimidating, aren't we?
A little bit. Yeah, I'm a little scared. Anyway, so House Bill 1391 to me is a very common sense change that we can make to our vehicle inspection regulations. The simplest way to explain it, say today, I was born in March, I go to a dealership and I buy a car. It's 2024. The next time I need it inspected would be in 2026. So the reason how this genesis of how this bill came about, at least for me, is on my town's community Facebook page. I go out there and I solicit ideas a lot, and that can be a double-edged sword. And this guy who normally hates everything that I do put up an idea, and he said, "Why in the world do I have to get my brand new car inspected every year?" And I said, "I don't know. That's a good question." So got me looking into it, and once I started digging into the data a little bit, I agreed with him. So what I think is really important about this is right now, in the times that we're in, I mean, the political polarization is ridiculous. People, frankly, don't really trust the government. And when we compel them to do something, I think we need to have a very valid reason to do it. And, on the face of it, a vehicle inspection doesn't seem like it's a big imposition. It's not a big deal. But if you look at the fiscal note, this bill would reduce the amount of inspections by about $83,000 or 83,000 inspections per year. So say you break that down and it takes somebody an hour to go get that inspection. And that's optimistic when you consider travel time, all the factors that go into that. That's 3,458 days of our constituents' time. And if you break that down even further, that breaks down to literally 10 years of the state's collective time that they could be using to go to work. They could be using to do whatever the heck they want to do other than go get their vehicle inspected. And the cost of that we're asking them to pay is about $4.1 million a year that they could spend on other things that they see fit. So biggest argument about this is safety. Everybody's going to say, but safety, we have to keep roads safe. And obviously I want safe roads. My kids live here. I'm here. I want to be safe. So digging around, I found this beautiful document, and it's from the Government Accountability Office, GAO 15705. It was published in 2015. And I was trying to find a little bit more recent stuff, but the funny part about this is when you actually dig into this report, the report basically says that, listen, we've researched this, we've looked at some of the studies that were done prior, and we don't think that vehicle inspections are actually even a big enough priority to spend more resources in looking into. So that was kind of interesting. And a highlight from this is basically, this is a study on all cars. So this isn't even brand new cars. This is all cars as a total. The overwhelming majority of the studies basically said there's not a statistically significant difference in crash rates in states with inspection programs compared to those without. And, again, this is, you're going to hear a lot, I hear all these anecdotal stories about I saw a car with this, I saw a car with that, but just the data, at least the data that I've seen, has not played that out. So we are in the minority of states that actually even require vehicle inspections. So, most states don't require it. And I moved here from Florida about 10 years ago, and I was actually kind of shocked that in the live free or die state, I even had to get a vehicle inspection. So a lot of people will say it's our environment. Well, if you look at states with similar winter environments, they've repealed their inspection programs, and that's Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, and Nebraska. And what I think is really kind of interesting is there was a study done in Norway that was looking at basically inspections and took some insurance data, and it actually found a small incremental increase in crashes with vehicle inspections, which is kind of funny. And I know that vehicle inspections don't cause crashes, obviously, but it just goes to show you that the statistics are so close that it doesn't really play out. And all those, you know, Norway, the winters, I've been there, it's cold. The winters are pretty brutal too. So, lastly, so in my line of work, we talk about the chain of events that lead to accidents, and we call it the Swiss cheese model. So normally, if there's an accident, there's a lot of little factors that go on, and it's like little pieces of Swiss cheese. And when an accident happens, that means that somebody was able to line up all the holes in the Swiss cheese, and it caused a problem. So looking at the data, and this is again from the GAO report, basically only 2% of accidents were primarily caused by vehicle components failures. So, you know, when we start breaking this down, again, all these studies are on all cars, not just brand new cars. So right then and there, putting this bill on new cars already kind of adds in that layer of Swiss cheese to kind of help protect this. And, you know, even when there is a component failure, 99% of the time that the driver is going to be able to deal with that. So again, you're just starting to really run down the statistics on how effective these are. And lastly, I mean, you know, what is the purpose of this program? Okay, you know, to me, the purpose of this program is safety. This program was implemented in 1931, at least the New Hampshire vehicle inspections. Imagine how simple the inspections were in 1931. I would assume you took it at your gas station, they did it once over, checked the brakes, and boom, you're good to go. And I know vehicles have gotten more complicated, and you know, but we've added so much into our inspection laws, and it's just really it's complicating things, and it's making it so that even this small change, I think most of us know that deep down, new vehicles can go a couple years without being inspected, and everything's going to be okay. So that's about all I've got on this. You know, I'm willing to work with people. I just really want to reduce the burden that we're asking on the New Hampshire citizens, and I think this is a very good step to take in doing that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding inspection stickers, for those that can afford a new car, it just seems like if it could be, what do I want to say, segregating people and breaking them up into groups, because the ones that need their cars fixed the most are the people that really can't afford to get them fixed.
Yep.
But we're forcing them to get stickers.
Yep.
That's correct. So couldn't we expand on this? And like you're saying, could we not just do away with inspection stickers?
So my goal with this bill is let's take the safest, most benign step we possibly can forward, and let's look at the data, because there's just not a lot of data. Like the report said, you know, they looked into this, and they were, you know, it was a senator asking for an opinion, and when they responded back, the GAO responded back, and the, you know, NHSTA, they were like, listen, there's just not a lot of data, and it's almost not even worth looking at the data because so few accidents are caused by component failure. So I say this is just a very easy step to take, common sense, and what I believe our constituents would want from us.
Further questions from the committee? They're letting you off the hook pretty easy.
Oh yeah, I know.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Next up, the chair recognizes Carl Helston, New Hampshire Department of Safety, opposed to the bill. Says you're asking for 10 minutes. If you could take less, that would be great.
I will do my best. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for listening to my testimony. So, in a nutshell, this is a public safety issue. It's clearly a safety inspection. And some of the research that we have done for the model year 2022, there were 117 vehicles that were failed because of safety issues, and for 2023, there were 140. So these are brand new vehicles that somebody came in and purchased, and then subsequently had them inspected within a reasonable period of time, within 20 days. So there are problems that are found, and it's just not minor things: brakes, tires, exhaust, and steering. So we're mandated with keeping the roads safe, and this is just one component of that, is that when somebody buys a new car, they're under the impression that everything's new, everything should be good to go for a period of time. That, with those statistics, that's clearly not the point or the case. So one of the things that the sponsor was talking about was that if he buys a vehicle in March of 2024, it doesn't need to be inspected again until 2026. I will tell you that in that 2-year period, my work vehicle puts almost 70,000 miles on it in a 2-year period. So brakes, tires, and a number of other components certainly could wear out easily in that period of time. And for those who commute long distances, you can certainly put on 35, 40, 45, 50,000 miles in a year. So going a whole 24-month period without a safety inspection, it just does not make sense to us. And again, this is a safety inspection. Also, while they're doing the safety inspection, they're looking at recalls for deficiencies that have been called out by the manufacturer or the NTSB. And additionally, without this, somebody trying to challenge getting something repaired from a dealership, we go through arbitration at least a couple times a month to try to get people's vehicles fixed from the manufacturer. When problems are identified later on, this certainly would help mitigate some of those cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have the statistics that you referred to in terms of the new vehicles that failed? How many again, and for what reason did they fail?
So for 2022, the new vehicles sold in 2022, 117 vehicles, and this includes a lot of things. However, wheels, tires, steering, brake, exhaust.
Yeah, I'm just, instead of, I heard you, I just didn't know if you
So
had that.
117 2022 vehicles and 110 2023 vehicles.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had something you could give to the committee with those statistics.
We can certainly forward something.
If you could, that'd be great. Just,
Okay.
it's a surprising number, so I'd like to see it a little
Okay.
little deeper.
Oh, very good.
What's up?
Including how many?
Right, right. Well, that's part,
No, I mean, which ones failed.
But how many were actually inspected? Yes.
okay, yeah, the big picture too. Okay, thank you.
Our partners at the New Hampshire Dealer Association can probably supply that easier than I, but yes, we can certainly get that to you.
All right, the more the better.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trooper, this may not be your area of expertise, so feel free to hand it off to someone else. But in your tracking of data about new vehicles that are failing inspections, are you able to differentiate between owner, if you will, occupied cars and rental vehicles, which are typically new but have very high mileage?
Given the information I have right in front of me, no, I can't differentiate that.
Thank you.
And actually, to go along with Representative Sykes, is there any way to differentiate personally owned vehicles versus company-owned vehicles? Because in your case, I believe 70,000 miles a year, but I don't think that's the average for personal vehicles.
Correct. I would imagine we can get that information from DMV.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. What I was interested in is if the inspection, I bought a car from a dealer and they included the inspection with it, and I can go back every year and get a free inspection. Are they required to notify me if they fixed anything based on that? 'Cause they could have done something under warranty. And
My understanding is yes, if it's gone in for an inspection and something failed, you have to be notified of the deficiency. And again, going back to the New Hampshire Dealers Association, I believe that they have to ask permission to get it fixed unless it's a warranty item. which I'm almost positive that they would notify you if they repaired something.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, I guess we'll go with Dan Weed, Weed Family Auto, and opposed to the bill, seeking 3 minutes. Welcome.
Council members, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. A couple of quick questions to the sponsors. How would you propose that law enforcement handle stopping cars without stickers? And how is law enforcement going to know what the purchase anniversary of a vehicle is based on the wording in this bill? So those are my couple of quick questions for the sponsor to clear up. Some safety concerns that I have. There are many vehicles out there that within 2 years that'll have 40 to 50,000 miles on them. We currently at the shop have one state agency vehicle, ironically, that's 4 years old with 170,000 miles on it. That's 42,000 miles a year. That car would not have seen its first inspection until 84,000 miles. On a regular basis, we see vehicles at the shop that are less than 2 years old that need repairs for safety reasons, worn tires, steering, suspension, lights. A couple of case in points, my wife's personal Chevy Blazer, 2019, within the first year, it needed rear suspension work that the dealer wouldn't cover under warranty. We've had several Teslas in now with less than 15,000 miles with steel cord showing through the tires. If your primary goal is cost savings to the constituents, then I think the inspection program is doing a good job proactively by finding the repairs that are needed. It's certainly less expensive to do and perform a proactive repair than it is to do a breakdown or emergent repair. You are asking motor vehicles for some data as far as annual mileage. So this is out of my own database at the shop. 2022 Chevy Silverado, personal vehicle, 42,813 miles. Ford Maverick, 21,839. Honda Passport, 30,150. So these are mileages within a year of time that people are putting on cars that we see on a regular basis. And I'm happy to share the data.
Yeah, anything you've got and you can offer the committee, that'd be appreciated.
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? Well, do you want to take questions?
Yeah, happy to.
Let's see. Representative Hill, he's being nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
You see on a regular basis, I'm assuming you're saying that you're seeing them other than the inspection. So you're seeing them for oil changes or something else?
That's correct. You know, it's not necessarily in just for an inspection. It's during routine maintenance and regular shop visits.
So I would assume when someone comes in for an oil change, you do give it the once over a look around and see if there's wires poking out of the tires or something like that.
Yeah.
So it may be that you would still be doing the work and still be providing your customer the information of what's necessary on the car, even though it's not an inspection process. Is that right?
So we have a visual inspection that we do as part of every visit. So it's not as thorough as a state inspection is. So there are people that I know in different states without inspection programs that offer as a service to their customer at retail rates a annual inspection. That is typically a 2 or 3 page report, but it is at market rate. So our inspection programs now, our fee at the shop is $46.95. Market rate for the service that we provide for a state inspection would be closer to $150 to $200.
Sounds like a great marketing tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Michael Fitzpatrick, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Not taking a position on the bill from what I see. And looking for 5 minutes. And as always, less is better.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Fitzgerald. I'm the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. And with me is Jessica Wilcox, who runs our motor vehicle programs, vehicle emissions programs. As you may be aware, the state vehicle emissions
inspection is conducted in conjunction with the safety inspection. And as I said, as was mentioned, we're not taking a particular position. We support the Department of Safety's position relative to safety, but we're not here to talk about safety issues. Our concern is with the emissions inspection. And you may be aware that the emissions inspection is required under state law, RSA 266-59B. And it is also part of air quality requirements that we require as a result of the Clean Air Act for vehicle emissions inspections. And our vehicle emissions inspection program, including our statutes and our the rules that the Department of Safety has, their Department of Safety rules, we work cooperatively with them. Those are ensconced in what's known as our state implementation plan. It's an EPA required, it's called a SIP, and that document is federally enforceable. So where we don't necessarily oppose the concept of this bill, we would want to note that it would take us approximately 18 to 24 months to work with the EPA to get the new rules, to get the rules revised, work with the Department of Safety on that, and B, to then get that into EPA and get that submitted and approved. Currently, the emissions inspection enforcement mechanism is the sticker. You have a sticker, and so if you don't pass, you get a partial sticker. And EPA has indicated to us that if we did go to them with a revision to our SIP, if we did revise our rules, that as a result of the Inspector General audit of the EPA a couple of years ago, the Inspector General found that they were not enforcing the vehicle inspection programs appropriately, and EPA has indicated to us that they may require that we have other types of inspection enforcement, such as the possibility of registration denial if you're not properly inspected, that sort of thing. Now, obviously, we would need to work with EPA, but my primary point here is that we would need approximately 18 to 24 months to implement this change and not have EPA impose federal sanctions on us. Those sanctions can include up to potential loss of federal highway funds. And we certainly don't anticipate such a thing taking effect. We have a good partnership with EPA. We think we could work with them. But also, I would have noted that the emissions reductions that we get as a result of this program, if we don't get those reductions, they have to be made up elsewhere. So those reductions would have to come from businesses or other types of emissions programs within the state. Again, that's something we'd have to work with EPA on. We'd have to go to them, provide modeling, show what we're getting for reductions, and then get those reductions elsewhere. So again, my key point is we would certainly need some time. So if you were to consider that this bill should move forward, we'd ask that you can give consideration to the emissions inspection program and allow some time in the bill for us to work with EPA and to get our state implementation plan revised. And I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any on them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to lead off. Can you just repeat what I thought you said about the Federal Environmental Protection Agency threatening to deny registrations to the people of New Hampshire if what's not complied with?
Well, currently, our I&M program does not require registration denial for if your vehicle hasn't been inspected for the emissions portion. But that is, again, there was an EPA Inspector General report that was done a couple of years ago. They pointed out that EPA was not meeting the letter of the Clean Air Act, and therefore they have indicated to us that They would most likely require, part of our SIP not only is the inspection and so on, but how we enforce it. We have to give them information on how it's enforced and so on. And they have indicated that the current partial sticker method of enforcement may not be adequate. Again, we'd have to work with them. That's not
Yeah, no,
cast in
thank you.
stone.
Is there any way you could get the committee a copy of that report?
Oh, certainly,
Yeah,
sure.
thank you, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
And while I've got the mic, I've heard this starting my 12th year, that if we make changes to the Clean Air Act or our statutes in terms of the emissions, that we're gonna lose money for the highway fund. In 12 years of asking how much money we're going to lose if we decide not to comply, how much are we talking? Does anybody know yet?
Well, the state currently receives somewhere on the order of I don't have anybody from the Department of Transportation, but we receive on the order of $100 million in federal highway aid. I want to stress, I want to be very careful. That's a potential, but that would certainly be a long way down the road. And I don't think EPA would want to impose that kind of a sanction on New Hampshire. They could impose other, that's the highest sanction. They could impose other sanctions such as requiring additional reductions from industry or things like that. And we would certainly work to avoid that. I just want to, that it's out there.
Yep,
That's,
no, and I
that's
appreciate
all.
it.
I don't mean it as a threat.
I appreciate it. I've got one more, not to hog it, folks. I can either ask you or Department of Motor Vehicles. We're currently under contract for the emissions testing with Gordon Darby. Does anybody in the room know when that contract is up? Okay. And so if you get the answer, I'll hit you in a minute. Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question here. I know Colorado, and I'm not sure about the other states, but Colorado does not require vehicle inspection. However, they do have the same situation you're talking about with the, how do you know how that program works?
I am not familiar in particular. We certainly can look at that program and get back to you with some information, but I don't have. I'm not sure what specifically about it you're asking, but I certainly can provide you with information on how. Are you talking about the enforcement of it?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of aware how they do it, but I think it's something that would be wonderful for our state to know how these many states that don't have a vehicle inspection, how they run their emissions.
Okay,
inspections.
And one thing I'll point out to you also is that New Hampshire is in what's known as the ozone transport region, which is the states from Virginia to Maine. And so the Clean Air Act imposes additional requirements on those states that they don't impose on other states because of our ozone pollution problem. And so that our being in the OTR has some additional requirements. So
And I
the-
believe
the
Colorado,
comparison-
especially the
Is there
Denver
a
area.
follow-up, Representative St. Clair?
Well, I was gonna make a statement, not a question.
Oh,
but
well,
a
we
follow-up.
don't do that.
All right.
We only have time for questions.
All right, a
but thank you.
follow-up. I just want to say, Denver does have a
So
very,
you're gonna make the statement
no,
anyway?
I'm gonna read. Denver has a very sensitive air quality situation out
Yes,
there.
yes.
So I would, if you could find out, again, how they do this out there, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I would, well, Jessica would be happy to look that up for you.
Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir,
Yes.
in your testimony, you talked about how one of the possibilities of concern is that the EPA may require additional changes in how we deal with air quality here in the state. And you somewhat obliquely referred to perhaps industry or whatever might be made to make up the difference.
Right.
My question to you is, can you give me a rough percentages of how much of the air quality problem comes from motor vehicles, comes from industry, and comes from other sources, so that we can see what room there might be
Sure.
for that, in fact, to make a substantial difference, leaving them less choice?
Yeah, we provided you with a letter, and that indicates that probably about half the ozone-forming emissions in the state come from motor vehicles. However, in the changes that this bill contemplates would not affect all the vehicles. It would only affect those two, the first 2 year. So it would be a much, much smaller percentage of that. But still, the EPA has the Clean Air Act, not the EPA, but the Clean Air Act itself has a requirement known as anti-backsliding, which basically, the way I generally explain it to people is, if you're on a diet and you lose 100 pounds, you can't just go back and start eating cheeseburgers tomorrow and expect to have your weight stay the way it is. We've achieved clean air by implementing certain programs, and the anti-backsliding provision of the Clean Air Act says you have to continue those programs in order to make sure that the air is maintained clean. And so therefore we would have to go look at how much reduction we're getting, what we're going to lose, and then make that up to satisfy the anti-backsliding provision.
If I can ask one more question.
Sure.
Back to the ozone, did you, OTA, I believe you said?
OTR, Ozone Transport
OTR.
Region.
In terms of our air quality, and you mentioned that 50% of it was automobiles, what's the percentage of New Hampshire's automobiles that affects our air quality, or are we under these rules because of the high dense states that are below us in a weather pattern? So in other words, are we falling into a certain level of correction because of New York, Connecticut, and everybody below us with their material flowing our way?
To some degree, that's a valid observation. Yes, our air quality is impacted by other states, but and we work with them to make sure that they take care of the problems that they need to take care of. One of the ways that I generally point at that is to say that we need to have clean hands when we point to them. We need to have implemented at least the basic requirements that the Clean Air Act implements. We're asking them to go way further and to get reductions from power plants and all kinds of different sources. We need to have at least implemented the minimum requirements.
Anybody else from the committee? And we do have 4 other people signed up to speak, so Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So even if we got rid of the inspection sticker, we're not saying 100% of those vehicles are gonna start failing. So there again, it's the failure rate might be ever so slight that it would not change one bit of this air quality at all.
That was I would not say it that's low, but there would be an impact, but it would not be a huge impact. So that again, we'd have to work with EPA, do the modeling, come up with estimates, and so on, and that would take some time. The bigger thing that I'm worried about is right now, if we continue the way we are, we're okay. The EPA is not going to do anything. But if we do go to them and say we want to do new rules, then they've indicated that they would want to implement the other enforcement mechanisms, and that concerns me.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And anything you can share with us would be appreciated.
I'm sorry?
Anything you can share with us?
Yes,
would be
we'll get
appreciated.
back to you with the information that was requested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Tim Jordan. Oop. We got a skeleton crew going on. See you next week. Next up, Tim Jordan, representing Auto Fair in opposition to the bill. Looking for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very good. One of the things I'm going to go over is just partially the safety part of it, and I know that it's gone over a little bit, but you had asked about if these people are coming in regular. I get a lot of vehicles that come in that we saw a lot of small vans for contractors, plumbers, electricians, independent cable guys. These guys are putting 30, 40,000 miles a year on their vehicle. So they're coming in. So I mean, in 2 years, they're pushing these things to 60, 70, 80,000 miles. Myself personally, my wife and I, she drives 120 miles a day. I drive 100 miles a day. So, you know, we put 35,000 miles, 37,000 miles a year on a vehicle. So, I mean, the safety part of it, tires these days, I mean, tires, they're wearing out below state standards on a lot of these SUVs, especially EVs. You know, we're seeing 25, 26, 28, 30,000 miles. I mean, you need tires nowadays. So, I mean, you're running into, you know, these vehicles that, you know, may only come in for their state inspection, you know, and they're, you know, we're going to not have these cars in. Some people just don't take care of their car. The people that take care of their cars, yeah, we see that on a regular basis, and they're going to get it fixed. But not all of those people, some of those people are going to say, well, I don't have the money now, or I don't want to do it. And then you have the people that just don't just drive their vehicles, you know. And again, if this is something that's for, you know, as you mentioned, convenience and cost for these people, I mean, if you get somebody who has, you know, most car warranties are, you know, good for 3 years, 36,000 miles, whatever comes first. So as these people are driving these things 40,000 miles, never get inspected, you know, if they had inspected within that time, I mean, they may have a component that would have been covered in a warranty when we did the state inspection that they're never going to see. Now we're going to do it 2 years later, a component that may have been failed previously that would have cost the customer nothing. Now they're paying out of pocket for that. So, I mean, in the monetary part of a state inspection, I mean, $45, I mean, if you're buying a new car, you know, you're spending, you know, I don't even know what the cheapest cars you can buy these days. You're spending 30, 40, 50, 80, $90,000 for a car. I mean, $45, that's a cup of coffee a month, you know? So, I mean, the monetary part of it and the inconvenience part, yeah, it's inconvenience to bring the car in, but realistically, you know, most state inspections, you know, you can get them done. You know, it's an hour out of your day. And, you know, I don't think that's a lot to ask to make sure that we have, you know, good tires. I mean, they mentioned component failure. I mean, I don't know if tires really fall into that component failure. And I'm sure there's a lot of accidents with tires. You see, especially here, you see cars sliding all over the place. I mean, if it's, you know, worn tires, I mean, does that fall into a component? I don't know. But just something that we see a lot more premature tire wear on vehicles these days than I have. I've been doing this for, you know, 30 plus years. And, you know, these last 4 or 5, 10 years, you know, tires used to be a 45,000 mile, 50,000 mile item. They're not anymore. They don't go 30,000 miles. So these vehicles are going to be, you know, driven, I think, well past that point. And are they safe? You know, if you got tires that don't pass, I mean, that's the biggest item. And we still see brakes that fail in short period. And not only that, I mean, they're all mechanical components. I mean, anything can fail at any time. I mean, you might lose your brake lights. You don't know. How many people in the room would know that your brake lights aren't working, you know, until, you know, you had it inspected or somebody said something to you. So there's a lot of things, not just wear, but components that could get caught ahead of time that just aren't going to be seen till, you know, whether it's 24 months, could go up to 30 months the way this is written. So, I mean, that's a lot of miles for somebody who's putting more miles. And I see in my shop a lot more higher mileage vehicles in low time in use. I think people commuting, you know, the influx of people into southern New Hampshire that are still commuting into Boston because they moved up here for cheap things. So we see a lot higher mileage vehicles in a short period of time than we have in the last, you know, 10 years or so.
Thank you very much. I do have one question for you.
Yep.
You said you noticed a tire wearing out much quicker than you did in the past.
Yep.
Is some of that attributed to the additional weight of electric vehicles? And in your experience, how much heavier percentage-wise an electric vehicle versus its internal combustion engine counterpart?
So the electric vehicles are the worst. They're a little heavier, and you know, I don't know if anybody's driven one, but when you're braking, instead of using your engine brakes, it's doing regenerative braking. So all that energy is taken up at those wheels and tires. It's getting pushed down there. So it's like, you know, hitting the gas as hard as you can and hitting the brake as hard as you can every time. Because even if you're not using your brakes, essentially the car is braking and all that energy is getting transferred through the tires. And that's where you're losing the wear. So, I mean, EVs are really hard on tires. And there's so many vehicles now that are all-wheel drive. In full-time four-wheel drive, part-time four-wheel drive. So, I mean, you know, they have a lot more rolling force that they're working against. So, I mean, you get a lot more of that. And I think that's a big attribute. And I think the quality of just tires in general just isn't there from what they used to be.
All right, thank you. Maybe we can only do this for internal combustion. Who knows? Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, John Marasco, Director, Department of Motor Vehicles, in opposition to the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll be brief. I apologize if I didn't have enough copies of our written testimony. That's a Department of Safety opposition letter to the bill. I won't go through everything that's in the letter or read it aloud, but maybe just touch on a couple of the points that were brought up earlier with regards to inspections, inspection station practices. We have Automotive Equipment Inspector Ken Chaput here from the State Police Troop G. And I read the audits when they're done in different on different inspection stations. I see the good work that the AEIs and the troopers do to make sure that inspection stations are in compliance with what they're supposed to do per the law and the DMV rule set. But when there is an issue and there is an inspection station that might be taking advantage of a customer, that will come out in an audit that Ken and his team will provide, and then there'll be a hearing and sanctions for that. So those are going on, and whenever we get a complaint that comes in, then we relay that to Troop G, and then the AEIs will go out and take care of an audit specifically for that complaint. The other thing that we did, even since the last session, is look at highlighting opportunities for consumers to file complaints if they feel like they've gone in for a state inspection, they don't feel like that the failure is justified. We've actually made a change to the vehicle inspection report, working with Gordon Darby to do that, so that it's front and center there with a call-in number that will be fielded by Troop G, and then at that point followed up on with whatever that complaint is. And then the other thing I just want to touch upon was both of those, fall into the category of transparency. But recently, within the last few months, we had an opportunity to go up to Grapponi Mazda here in Concord, and Amanda Mosmer was kind enough to set up a tour and an observation of how they run their inspections there, which is the case with many inspection stations today, particularly the larger ones. But for Grapponi, they have glass there, so you can stand there and watch your vehicle get inspected, and then they provide you with a video after the inspection that goes through and shows you each point and where it is, if it's a pass or it's right on the cusp, or if it's a fail. And one of the things we learned from that tour was that you have a lot of customers that at that point have trust and faith in the business that they're dealing with, and they actually they go right in for the repairs. They have that business take care of the repairs. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think there's a lot of advancements being made on the inspection industry side to make it more transparent, more efficient, more customer friendly, and from a safety standpoint, that's why we oppose the bill. We think the yearly inspection is appropriate. Happy to take questions.
Yep, thank you, sir, and thanks for your efforts at the department. Any questions? Representative St. Clair, I saw him first.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Can you tell me, you touched on how the consumer has now been notified that they can complain, or if they have any concerns, they can reach out with a number. And I know we talked about that last year. Can you tell me how that's been done?
So that was that's new. That was something, again, working with Gordon Darby. We just recently had a meeting with Gordon Darby's leadership team where we finalized what that vehicle inspection report, the language on there would look like. So I'm not sure, Ken, if we've officially rolled that out because that meeting was just recently. It's in process. So we have it. It's there. It's taken a while to get there, but it's going to be coming out. So to answer your question, Representative, I don't have the feedback on it yet, but once the first 3 months go by after it's live, then I'll be able to provide that.
So are we still talking about signage? That's something that somebody in a dealership can just look up at the wall when they come in and see this written out in black and white so they can read it right there?
We're open to anything. I think the vehicle inspection report was something that we had spoken about as a first step to put it front and center on the report that everybody gets in hand so that you see it there, you see the number, and we have a plan internally through Troop G to follow up when those calls come in. But I think if we measure it, say over the first 90 days, and we see what we're getting for feedback, what Troop G actually gets for phone calls versus what elected officials get for complaints that we're not getting, then at that point, again, we're open to anything. If it ends up being signage, we just figure out how big the sign's going to be, where it's going to be hung, who's going to produce it, but making sure that the customer feels like they have an avenue. If they've been mistreated, we need to do that. So I'm happy to speak with you further about it.
Well, I
and-
can't
and
make any
again-
statements, so thank you very much.
Yeah, and again, too, I applaud all the efforts and I thank you. These are things that we've been talking about for a couple of years, trying to make people hate the program less. And that's the ultimate goal. But in the meantime, let's talk about what we've got in front of us, which is this bill, not some of the other efforts. Any representative, I think I saw him next, sorry. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Marasco, do you have data showing the numbers of complaints versus the number of inspections on a yearly basis? Because all of us representatives get calls from constituents who are concerned about the process, but if I have in my district have 12,000 cars get inspected and I get one complaint, it puts a colorization on the problem different than it might be if I have 12,000 in my district and 1,000 are complaining. Do you have that data?
It's a great question. I did sign for Kathy Diamond, registration supervisor, to come up as well, but I wrote it in very small print, sir, so off to the side. But Kath, if it will be okay for Kathy to see if we have that data. It's off to the margin, I promise.
So right now, unfortunately, I don't have that data. We do have somebody who does take those complaints, and we do follow up on each and every one that we do receive, but I don't have that data with me.
So I can't direct the director to do anything, but I think that data is critical to the discussions that we're having, and I would hope to see it before we actually exec this bill.
We can get that for you.
We will, Representative Sykes. We'll confer with Troop G and see what's coming that way. We can also, we have started within the last, I'll give it a rough estimate of 6 months. We have at the DMV get a lot of calls from elected officials doing a great job representing constituents. And I'm not so sure we were really tracking that the right way in years past. We are now. So we have a great spreadsheet out of the director's office that we keep track of who we're working with, what the complaints are, and how we're solving the problem. So I do have that. So we can certainly take a look and see how many on there are inspection related, and then work with Ken and his team and Kathy and registrations to get as much information as we can in a short period of time. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the short period of time. This is an early bill for us, so I'm trying to get this out of my committee as soon as possible, so it can go to another one. And you guys can show up for another hearing. Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question I have is for the dealer itself. I mean, that's doing inspections. How much does their equipment cost? Do they pay for that, or is that state owned, or?
Yeah, that's probably a better question here for Ken or industry, sir. I don't want to answer that because I'm not quite sure.
And I know it's a good trivia question, but it really doesn't pertain to the bill at all. Can we get that on the side, that kind of number?
Yeah, I guess.
I can tell you that the Gordon Darby equipment is not paid for, I don't believe paid for by the mechanics. But in terms of the other tools required, I believe they have to pay for those themselves.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
So another question I had was, I'm just trying to find out how much money is actually involved in taking care of all these inspections, because if we're not doing inspections, we don't do them, or we're limiting the number of inspections, we're gonna be saving money in the departments and also the DOS as well. That's what I'm trying to find out. How many people do you have involved, just around the inspection whole process?
So I can answer it from a DMV standpoint. So Kathy and her team in registrations working with Robin on the dealer desk, working with Troop G. That's we have how many, Kath? Roughly 3, 4 people there.
About five
Four?
or six. Yeah,
Okay.
a couple part-timers.
Okay. So from a DMV standpoint, that's what we have, and then I would let Ken speak to what he has.
Well, I guess where he was headed, then I'll ask the question. That doesn't look like, even if this were to pass and make the first year exempt, that you would be laying off anybody or removing anybody from staff.
No.
Safe to say? Thank you. Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, I like to try to keep things as light as possible in here, even discussing some of the most important bills before us. So in transportation, today we have the epic battle of the Titans for the last two cards that I have left. And I can't win if I decide to pick who goes first. So I have a coin. Dan Bennett is a head and Tom Praisall is a tail. What the heck is that, Charlie?
That's a tail. That's tail.
Tails it is. Chair recognizes Representative Mr. Praisall, representing Enterprise Mobility in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, and thank you for the nicest thing anyone said to me in 2024. For the record, my name is Tom Praisall. I'm here today representing Enterprise Mobility, which operates Enterprise Rent-A-Car, National Car Rental, and Alamo Rental Car throughout 30 different locations in the state of New Hampshire. And in the past 12 months have operated about 3,500 vehicles. I know you've been here a while, I know you've heard a lot, so I do want to touch on just a few points that I think are really important for the committee to hear. First, I think it's important to know that the legislation that's before you is not a new concept. For example, when we look at states in the general area, the state of Rhode Island does not require an inspection for a new vehicle for the first 2 years. And then after 2 years, you're required for the safety and emissions. Okay, that's very similar to our bill. However, if you buy a used car, you are required to get an inspection every year. And then when you look at the state of Connecticut, Connecticut's law indicates that an inspection on a new car is not needed for the first 4 years. And then after 4 years, only an emissions inspection is required. So we're not going that far. I think this is a common sense approach to slightly modify the program as cars have become safer and emissions have been reduced. Now, I know the committee was really interested in data. I do have some data, and I believe the department has data that's more fresh than my data. However, mine, I wanted to share what I have from the year 2020. And if you look at the first inspection, okay, in the year 2020, for a model year 2020 vehicle, there were 79,835 inspections conducted. The total number of vehicles that failed for safety were 142. That's 0.001% of the vehicles that failed. Of those 142, 46 were for glass and 43 were for vehicle information. Now, it should be noted when we talk about glass failing that glass can refer to anything from chipped glass to tinting to malfunctioning window mechanisms. And that was the majority of those fails. Now, in model year 2020 vehicles, when you look at the second inspection, there were 79,359 inspections, 915 failed. That's 0.01% of the number of vehicles failed. Of that, again, glass and tires were the number one reason for those fails. Now, again, I know that some folks said, well, tires seem to be the popular discussion point here about wearing out after 2 years. So when you look at those number of tires that failed, 300 of the fails of the 79,359 were for tires. So I think that really demonstrates that, you know, this is a reasonable measure. Now, I think it's also important to note, as has been stated, that these motor vehicles are only new vehicles. They're typically under warranty. and a couple items that I just took notes on that I figured would come up in questions to me that I wanted to share with you. Being that I represent Enterprise Mobility, I'm sure the question of how many miles are on those vehicles per year, and I checked with my counterpart, and I was informed that typical Enterprise car rental will accumulate 25,000 miles per year. The tires are changed when the tread depths are at 4/32 of an inch, and those tread depths are inspected at the return, cleaning, inspection, and start of every rental. And lastly, I believe it was a gentleman that testified earlier who asked about how will law enforcement know about cars without stickers. I think this could be easily accomplished in rule, and you put the year number on the windshield, 24 for the model year number of the vehicle. That certainly provides law enforcement the ability to see what that is. With that, I think, I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you may have. I do think that this is a really minor change to the program. It does not decimate the program. Enterprise certainly supports a form of an inspection program. I think it's just, this is a modest and reasonable change. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Happy New Year. Would you have any idea of the states that you mentioned that were skipping the emissions, whether there was penalties involved or anything from the EPA for doing that particular change?
Sure, I can certainly check and see. I'm not sure when their inspection changes went into effect with regards to the Clean Air Act and how that may have happened, but I'm certainly willing to research that and look into it for you.
And how long it took from the time the legislation went through before was it a 2-year process that, as he mentioned?
Sure. Thank you. Oh, one other thing I did want to mention, because I believe it also came up, was in regards to the Gordon Darby contract. I believe that contract expires at the end of this year, and there's an option to renew for another 2 years. I believe that's correct. Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Crawford.
Thank you. Can I have a copy of all those numbers that you just gave?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And again, I believe that, Director Marasco probably has more up to date. Mine only go from 2018 to 2020, but for the sake of conversation.
Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. I must have misunderstood. I didn't hear you say, that states weren't doing emissions inspections? I thought you said that Connecticut only does the emission
After 4
inspections.
years.
Only does he, so did you say a state doesn't do emissions? That's what I thought you said.
During the time period, the first.
Oh, during the first 4 years,
This
okay,
is still recovered,
all right,
not doing the emissions.
okay.
That's
Right.
my understanding.
He was
Yeah, I
trying to
don't
make
think
a,
that's
he was
right.
trying to get more information on the claims that DES made in terms of how long it would take the federal government or EPA to give us our new requirements if we make changes to our current laws. So, if there are any.
I'm just not sure he's sure. That's why
Yeah,
I asked that question
I
about
think
the 4 years. So, thank you.
I think he's got it. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next Titan.
We gotta have fun, right?
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Dan Bennett from the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know which is worse, last before lunch or last before the end of the day. So we'll see how this goes. Mr. Chairman and Committee, Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. You heard from me earlier. We're a trade association for the motor vehicle industry here in New Hampshire. I will be brief. I'm going to bounce around. I'm not going to stick to my written testimony that I have, but we'll submit written copy of it. And then I have some stuff that I'll kind of show around. So leading off, it's our opinion that safety inspection isn't broken. It works well, and when it needs tweaks, it gets them. It gets them with a scalpel, not a hatchet. And it's like what you did this summer with HB 664. You identified problems, you studied them, you researched them, and you came up with some solutions. Director Marasco talked about a couple of those before. This bill is not about brand new cars. Brand new cars are ones that roll off the vehicle or the trailer straight from Detroit, right? 23 months into a vehicle's life cycle is not a brand new car. You heard from the experts, the folks who see them day in, day out, on what they kind of see. I've used this with the committee before because you've heard the bill numerous times. When we talk about other states, we need to be very, very careful, and we need to make sure that we're doing apples to apples. So I'll send this around to the committee. Usually I do it as a handout. I won't, but it's a winter severity map that shows the microclimate that is New England. And it is unlike any other sectors of the nation. So you can't compare us to Florida. You have to look at us where we're in this nuclear red section. Our winters are varied and they're unique. And we do things like spray liquid salt water on our roads and drive through them to keep ice off them. It has a very, very different impact on vehicles than it does in Southern California. So I want to keep that in mind that when we're talking about apples to apples about other states, and that includes the emissions programs that we're talking about here. When we say, oh, well, Connecticut doesn't do emissions testing. Connecticut may not do emissions testing except for every 4 years, but emissions reductions, and Mr. Fitzgerald spoke to this, emissions reductions are a piece of a pie, right? So sometimes it's the heavy trucks, and then it's the power generators and the manufacturers and the passenger cars. So Connecticut may give a pass to their passenger car fleet, but what are they doing for the rest of them? So is there heavy reductions on body shops and smokestacks and power generators? So when we just say one state does an emissions test, we have to make sure that we're talking apples to apples. And to that point, I do wonder, to Mr. Fitzgerald's point as well, if they do that 18 to 24 month process and they go to the EPA and the EPA says, okay, well, you can exempt the first 2 model years of passenger cars. Do you think the EPA is going to give us a free pass? Or are they going to say, well, I want to see reductions in another sector? And what sector is going to pick up that piece of the pie or that burden? Is it going to be the power plants? Because that raises rates, right? So we have to be very, very careful. So, it's kind of like a shoot first, aim second, right? Let's see what happens. So I would almost think we maybe suggest that we wouldn't even want to change the program until we knew that we had that question answered. We run a consumer complaint program. The Attorney General refers multiple calls to us. Not too many, but enough over the year, about 200. It's called AutoCap, and a majority of those calls are all related around confusion with the sale of the vehicle. We receive no calls about consumer backlash against the safety inspection program, which is a free market program. The state doesn't set the rates. If you don't like the price at this place, go to that place. You can find a cheaper guy on another corner. So the program, as mentioned, we really think it works. The model year in this bit proposal is a little confusing in that, someone could actually go up to 30 months without an annual safety inspection. The model year rollouts, the days of the September reveal where there's a Mustang in the showroom and the carpet's removed and then you see the new model, those are gone. Model year rolls happen on a roll. Like in March of 2025 could come out. So I'll just pencil this scenario for you. My birthday's in January. In July of this summer, I buy a 2025 model. I'm going to go July to July, July to July, and July to January till I get that first inspection. So I stink at math, but I think that's around 30 months, right? It's a pretty long period before you get your first inspection look, which also means you're likely going to be out of warranty, which means the manufacturer won't pick up the bill. The consumer will pick up the bill. So another important component of this program too, with this annual check, is that every time the vehicle is plugged into that Gordon Darby NHOIS unit, a safety inspection recall check is done through a federal database, and it provides tremendous value. And just some data on that one in model year, and this really started in model year 22. That was the first time it happened. So for model year 22, in 2022. 4,654 recall notices were distributed. And in 2023, on model year 22 vehicles, 14,430 vehicles received notices that they were under safety recall that hadn't been completed, that were given and handed to consumers. Same thing in model year 23. In 2022, there were 378 recall notices, and in 2023, there was 4,531 notices of open safety recalls were given to consumers to make them aware that their vehicle was under recall. They might have missed the little postcard that came in the mail, right? Especially during election season when your mailbox is full of them. So this check does the safety inspection recall check for the customer, the citizen. So, and while we're on the topic of data too, because I said I was going to bounce around and I'm sticking to it. The numbers that you get for failures is, in our opinion, and I think we could probably talk to state police and DMV about it for confirmation, are not reflective of what the actual safety failures are. Because that's a safety failure that got a failure and then walked away and said, I'm not fixing it. It doesn't indicate the safety failure that says it was corrected. When my vehicle fails for safety, my trusted mechanic calls me and says, Danny, you need new tires. And I say, Dan, please put the tires on. I'll purchase some new tires. He doesn't then mark me for a fail and then marks me for a pass. He puts the new tires on and marks me for a pass. So that failure number is, in my opinion, it's drastically low or underreported, because that's someone who said, nah, I'm going to fix the tires myself. I'm going to go buy them on the internet, and they walk. So it's in our opinion, it's an underreported number. The bill also deals with a licensed dealer question. It says from a licensed dealer. Is that a licensed New Hampshire dealer, licensed Mass dealer, licensed Maine dealer? That's not clear. What happens when a new model year vehicle resells twice in 1 year? From the second buyer of that same model year vehicle, the way the bill is written, that second buyer, even though it's in the same model year, still does have to have a safety inspection. So do we have a mechanism in place to do that? To point that out. Yeah, I mean, they mentioned the law enforcement, no sticker in the corner of the window. This bill doesn't give any direction to come up with a temporary sticker. So is state police going to stop them all or stop none? I think is something to consider. I have a bunch of other information. You heard about the impact to the state, to the fiscal impact, both the DES and the locals and the state government. The funds, the highway fund takes a hit, the general fund and the air pollution abatement fund. So those are things to consider. And then there's just the general concept, safety inspections are a really good idea, just like an annual physical at your doctor, right? Preventative maintenance is a heck of a lot cheaper than catastrophic repair. We know that. And that's what this program does. So with that, I'll end my testimony. I'll submit a written copy so that you have all of it. I will, in fact, supply you the winter severity map that I referred to. I'll include a copy of our AutoCap program for any of you to have, which also I think is great. If you do get a constituent call or concern, please pass them off to us. We'll do anything we can to assist. Then other than that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, what would you say about the climate, like you have up there on your map, for Michigan, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, which have no inspections?
Yeah, great. Thank you, Representative Sellers. Great question. So we've got our scale here, right? And so red is the hottest, right? The worst. That's New England, bright red. The states that you just referred to are all right here in this blue. Right there, about midway.
I said Michigan.
Yeah.
Minnesota, North Dakota. Those are in the red, I think.
No, I'll bring it over to you when we're done. And that's another reason why I said it's submit a copy of the map to the committee.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, they let you off the hook easy this year.
That was. Thank you.
Thank you very much again.
Have a great afternoon, everyone.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 1391, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And for the committee that's left, these are all our early bills. I'm going to schedule them all to exec next Tuesday. Keep your Tuesdays open. We won't meet on the 23rd because of Election Day, but we will meet on the 16th and the 30th at least. I'll schedule them all. If we have issues with some of these, we still have time if we can't get it done on the 16th. Just trying to let you know. And we only have 29 bills total, folks. I think you have most of them in your folders. If you, excuse me, if you, you should have most of them in your folders. There may be one or two missing. So we'll check with our assistant to get you the hard copies of all of them. And, okay. So when it is, and I think it's in the 1600s actually. So, and just so you know, if it's okay with you, I want to steamroll right through these bills and get done as soon as we can. 29 is an easy year for us, so we might as well take advantage of it. Next 16th, we'll take the 23rd off for Election Day, then back on the 30th. Did you have a question, Representative Rich? Okay, all right. All right, so any other questions? Anybody? Seeing none, thank you very much. See you next week.
She still needs
Oh.
to know the dates.
I'm sorry, 16th, we'll be here for the 16th. January 16th. We won't be here on the 23rd and the 30th, and then we'll see what happens after that for February. But keep your Tuesdays open.
I won't be here on the 30th.